Section 17, Chapter 5, Part 3 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 5, The Political General Strike, Part 3. A. We will now carry our analysis of the ideas grouped around the political strike a little farther, and inquire first of all what becomes of the notion of class. 1. It will no longer be possible to distinguish the classes by the place occupied by their members in capitalistic production. We go back to the old distinction between rich groups and poor groups. Such was the division between the classes as it appeared to those older socialists who sought to reform the iniquities of the actual distribution of riches. The social Catholics take up this position also, and endeavor to improve the lot of the poor, not only by charity, but also by a large number of institutions which aim at a mitigation of the wretchedness caused by the capitalist industrial system. It seems that even today things are considered from this point of view in circles that admire Jaurès as a prophet. I have been told that the latter sought to convert Buisson to socialism by making an appeal to the goodness of his heart, and that these two soothsayers had a very ludicrous discussion as to the best way to remedy the defects of society. The masses believe that they are suffering from the iniquitous consequences of a past which was full of violence, ignorance, and wickedness. They are confident that the genius of their leaders will render them less unhappy. They believe that democracy, if it were only free, would replace a malevolent hierarchy by a benevolent hierarchy. The leaders who foster this sweet illusion in their men see the situation from quite another point of view. The present social organization revolts them just in so far as it creates obstacles to their ambition. They are less shocked by the existence of the classes than by their own inability to attain to the positions already acquired by older men. When they have penetrated far enough into the sanctuaries of the state, into drawing rooms and places of amusement, they cease, as a rule, to be revolutionary and speak learnedly of evolution. 2. The sentiment of revolt which is met with in the poorer classes will henceforth be colored by a violent jealousy. Our democratic newspapers foster this passion with considerable skill, imagining that this is the best means of dulling the minds of the readers and of keeping up the circulation of the paper. They exploit the scandals which arise from time to time among the rich. They lead the readers to feel a savage pleasure when they see shame entering the household of one of the great ones of the earth. With a really astonishing impudence, they pretend that they are thus serving the cause of the superfine morality, which they hold as much at heart, they say, as the well-being and the liberty of the poorer classes. But it is probable that their own interests are the sole motives for their actions. Footnote. I note here in passing that the Petite Parisien, the importance of which as an organ of the policy of social reform is so great, took up strongly the case of the Princess of Saxony and the charming teacher Géronne. This newspaper, which is very fond of sermonizing the people, cannot understand why the outraged husband obstinately refuses to take back his wife. On September 14, 1906, it said that, quote, she had broken with the ordinary moral code, end quote. It may be concluded from this that the moral code of the Petite Parisien is something quite out of the ordinary. End of footnote. Jealousy is a sentiment which seems to belong, above all, to passive beings. Leaders have active sentiments. With them, jealousy is transformed into a thirst to obtain, at whatever cost, the most coveted situations, and they employ to this end any means which enables them to set aside people who stand in the way of their onward march. In politics, people are no more held back by scruples than they are in sport, and we hear every day of cases where competitors in all kinds of contests seek to improve their chances by some trickery or other. 3. The masses who are led have a very vague and extremely simple idea of the means by which their lot can be improved. Demagogues easily get them to believe that the best way is to utilize the power of the state to pester the rich. We pass thus from jealousy to vengeance, and it is well known that vengeance is a sentiment of extraordinary power, especially with the weak. The history of the Greek cities and of the Italian republics of the Middle Ages is full of instances of fiscal laws which were very oppressive on the rich, and which contributed not a little towards the ruin of governments. In the 15th century, Aeneas Sylvius, later Pope Pius II, noted with astonishment the extraordinary prosperity of the commercial towns of Germany, and the great liberty enjoyed therein by the middle class, who, in Italy, were persecuted. Footnote. Jansen, L'Allemagne et la Réforme, French translation, Tome 1, page 361. End of footnote. If our contemporary social policy were examined closely, it would be seen that it also was steeped in ideas of jealousy and vengeance. Many regulations have been framed more with the idea of pestering employers than of improving the situation of the workers. When the clericals are in a minority, they never fail to recommend severe regulations in order to be revenged on free-thinking Freemason employers. Footnote. The application of the social laws gives rise, in France at least, to very singular inequalities of treatment. Judicial proceedings depend on political or financial conditions. The case of the rich tailor may be remembered who was decorated by Milleron, and against whom proceedings had so often been taken for infringement of the laws for the protection of work girls. End of footnote. The leaders obtain all sorts of advantages from these methods. They alarm the rich and exploit them for their own personal profit. They cry louder than anybody against the privileges of fortune, and know how to obtain for themselves all the enjoyments which the latter procures. By making use of the evil instincts and the stupidity of their followers, they realize this curious paradox, that they get the people to applaud the inequality of conditions in the name of democratic equality. It would be impossible to understand the success of demagogues from the time of Athens to contemporary New York if due account was not taken of the extraordinary power of the idea of vengeance in extinguishing reasonable reflection. I believe that the only means by which this pernicious influence of the demagogues may be wiped out are those employed by socialism in propagating the notion of the proletarian general strike. It awakens in the depths of the soul a sentiment of the sublime proportionate to the conditions of a gigantic struggle. It forces the desire to satisfy jealousy by malice into the background. It brings to the fore the pride of free men, and thus protects the worker from the quackery of ambitious leaders hungering for the fleshpots. B. The great differences which exist between the two general strikes, i.e., between the two kinds of socialism, become still more obvious when social struggles are compared with war. In fact, war also may give rise to two opposite systems of ideas, so that quite contradictory things can be said about it, all based on incontestable facts. War may be considered from its noble side, i.e., as it has been considered by poets celebrating armies which have been particularly illustrious. Proceeding thus, we find in war, 1. The idea that the profession of arms cannot compare to any other profession, that it puts the man who adopts this profession in a class which is superior to the ordinary conditions of life, that history is based entirely on the adventures of warriors, so that the economic life only existed to maintain them. 2. The sentiment of glory which Renan so justly looked upon as one of the most singular and the most powerful creations of human genius, and which has been of such incomparable value in history. Footnote. Renan, Histoire du peuple d'Israël, Tome 4, pages 199 to 200. End of footnote. 3. The ardent desire to try one's strength in great battles, to submit to the test which gives the military calling its claim to superiority, and to conquer glory at the peril of one's life. There is no need for me to insist on these features of war at any great length. My readers will understand the part played in ancient Greece by this conception of war. The whole of classical history is dominated by the idea of war conceived heroically. In their origin, the institutions of the Greek republics had as their basis the organization of armies of citizens. Greek art reached its apex in the citadels. Philosophers conceived of no other possible form of education than that which fostered in youth the heroic tradition, and they endeavored to keep the study and practice of music within bounds, because they wished to prevent the development of sentiments foreign to this discipline. Social utopias were created with a view to maintaining a nucleus of Homeric warriors in the cities, etc. In our own times, the wars of liberty have been scarcely less fruitful in ideas than those of the ancient Greeks. There is another aspect of war which does not possess this character of nobility, and on which the pacifists always dwell. Footnote: the distinction between the two aspects of war is the basis of Proudhon's book on la guerre et la paix. End of footnote. The object of war is no longer war itself. Its object is to allow politicians to satisfy their ambitions. The foreigner must be conquered in order that they themselves may obtain great and immediate material advantages. The victory must also give the party which led the country during the time of success so great a preponderance that it can distribute great favors to its followers. Finally, it is hoped that the citizens will be so intoxicated by the spell of victory they will overlook the sacrifices which they are called upon to make, and will allow themselves to be carried away by enthusiastic conceptions of the future. Under the influence of this state of mind, the people permit the government to develop its authority in an improper manner, without any protest, so that every conquest abroad may be considered as having for its inevitable corollary a conquest at home made by the party in office. The syndicalist general strike presents a very great number of analogies with the first conception of war. The proletariat organizes itself for battle, separating itself distinctly from the other parts of the nation, and regarding itself as the great motive power of history, all other social considerations being subordinated to that of combat. It is very clearly conscious of the glory which will be attached to its historical role and of the heroism of its militant attitude. It longs for the final contest in which it will give proof of the whole measure of its valor. Pursuing no conquest, it has no need to make plans for utilizing its victories. It counts on expelling the capitalists from the productive domain and on taking their place in the workshop created by capitalism. This conception of the general strike manifests in the clearest manner its indifference to the material profits of conquest by affirming that it proposes to suppress the state. The state has always been, in fact, the organizer of the war of conquest, the dispenser of its fruits, and the raison d'etre of the dominating groups, which profit by the enterprises, the cost of which is borne by the general body of society. Politicians adopt the other point of view. They argue about social conflicts in exactly the same manner as diplomats argue about international affairs. All the actual fighting apparatus interests them very little. They see in the combatants nothing but instruments. The proletariat is their army, which they love in the same way that a colonial administrator loves the troops which enable him to bring large numbers of Negroes under his authority. They apply themselves to the task of training the proletariat, because they are in a hurry to win quickly the great battles which will deliver the state into their hands. They keep up the ardor of their men, as the ardor of troops of mercenaries has always been kept up, by promises of pillage, by appeals to hatred, and also by the small favors which their occupancy of a few political places enables them to distribute already. But the proletariat for them is food for cannon, and nothing else, as Marx said in 1873. Footnote: L'Alliance de la démocratie socialiste, page 15. Marx accused his opponents of modeling their policy on Napoleonic lines. End of footnote. The reinforcement of power of the state is at the basis of all their conceptions. In the organizations which they at present control, the politicians are already preparing the framework of a strong, centralized, and disciplined authority, which will not be hampered by the criticism of an opposition, which will be able to enforce silence, and which will give currency to its lies. C. In socialist literature, the question of a future dictatorship of the proletariat is constantly cropping up, but nobody likes to explain it. Sometimes this formula is improved, and the epithet impersonal is added to the substantive dictatorship, though this addition does not throw much light on the question. Bernstein pointed out a few years ago that this dictatorship would probably be that, quote, of club orators and of literary men, end quote. Footnote. Bernstein evidently had in mind here a well-known article by Proudhon, from which, moreover, he quotes a fragment on page 47 of his book. This article closes with imprecations against the intellectuals. Quote, "Then you will know what a revolution is, that has been set going by lawyers, accomplished by artists, and conducted by novelists and poets. Nero was an artist, a lyric and dramatic artist, a passionate lover of the ideal, a worshipper of the antique, a collector of medals, a tourist, a poet, an orator, a swordsman, a sophist, a Don Juan, a Lovelace, a nobleman full of wit, fancy, and fellow-feeling, overflowing with love of life and love of pleasure. That is why he was Nero." End quote. Représentant du Peuple, April 29th, 1848. End of footnote. And he was of opinion that the socialists of 1848, when speaking of this dictatorship, had in view an imitation of 1793, quote, "a central, dictatorial, and revolutionary authority upheld by the terrorist dictatorship of the revolutionary clubs," end quote. He was alarmed by this outlook, and he asserted that all the working men with whom he had had an opportunity of conversing were very mistrustful of the future. Footnote. Bernstein. Socialisme théorique et social-démocratie pratique, page 298 and 226. End of footnote. Hence, he concluded that it would be better to base socialist policy and propaganda on a conception of modern society more in accordance with the idea of evolution. His analysis seems to me to be inadequate. In the dictatorship of the proletariat, we may first of all notice a reminiscence of the old regime. Socialists have for a long time been dominated by the idea that capitalist society must be likened to the feudal system. I scarcely know any idea more false and more dangerous. They imagine that the new feudalism would disappear beneath the influence of forces analogous to those which ruined the old feudal system. The latter succumbed beneath the attacks of a strong and centralized power, imbued with the conviction that it had received a mandate from God to employ exceptional measures against the evil. The kings of the new model, footnote, C.F. Gervinus, Introduction à l'histoire du XIXe siècle. French translation, page 27. End of footnote. Who established modern monarchical system were terrible despots, wholly destitute of scruples. But great historians have absolved them from all blame for the acts of violence they committed, because they lived in times when feudal anarchy, the barbarous manners of the old nobles and their lack of culture, joined to a want of respect for the ideas of the past. Footnote. The history of the papacy very much embarrasses modern writers. Some of them are fundamentally hostile to it on account of their hatred of Christianity, but many are led to condone the greatest faults of the papal policy in the Middle Ages on account of the natural sympathy which inclines them to admire all the efforts made by theorists to tyrannize the world. End of footnote. Seem crimes against which it was the duty of the royal power to act energetically. It is probably then with a view to treating the leaders of capitalism with a wholly royal energy that there is so much talk nowadays of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Later on, royalty relaxed its despotism and constitutional government took its place. It is said that the dictatorship of the proletariat will also weaken at length and will disappear, and that finally an anarchical society will take its place. But how this will come about is not explained. The regal despotism did not fall by itself or by the goodness of the sovereigns. One must be very simple to suppose that the people who would profit by the demagogic dictatorship would willingly abandon its advantages. Bernstein saw quite plainly that the dictatorship of the proletariat corresponds to a division of society into masters and servants. But it is curious that he did not perceive that the idea of the political strike, which he now to a certain extent accepts, is connected in the closest manner with this dictatorship of politicians which he fears. The men who had managed to organize the proletariat in the form of an army ever ready to obey their orders would be generals who would set up a state of siege and vanquish society. We should therefore have, on the day following the revolution, a dictatorship exercised by those politicians who, in the society of today, already form a compact group. I've already recalled what Marx said about the people who reinstated the state by creating in contemporary society an embryo of the future society of masters. The history of the French Revolution shows us how these things happen. The revolutionaries made arrangements whereby their administrative staff was ready to take possession of authority immediately the old administration decamped, so that there was no break of continuity in the domination of a governing class. There are no bounds to Jaurès's admiration for these operations, which he describes in the course of his Histoire socialiste. He does not exactly understand their significance, but he guesses the analogy they bear to his own conceptions of social revolution. The flabbiness of the men of that time was so great that sometimes the substitution of the old by the new officials was accomplished under conditions bordering on farce. We always find a supernumerary state, an état postiche, artificial state. Footnote: one of the ludicrous comedies of the Revolution is that related by Jaurès in La Convention, pages 1386 to 1388. In the month of May 1793, an insurrectionary committee was set up at the bishop's palace, which formed an état postiche, see above, and which, on May 31st, repaired to the town hall and declared that the people of Paris withdrew all powers from every constituted authority. The General Council of the Commune, having no means of defense, was forced to give in, but not without assuming an air of high tragedy. Pompous speeches, embracing all round, quote, to prove that there was neither wounded vanity on the one part, nor pride of domination on the other, end quote. Finally, this buffoonery was terminated by an order which reinstated the council, which had just been dismissed. Jaurès is delightful here. The Revolutionary Committee, he says, quote, freed the legal authority from all the fetters of legality, end quote. This happy thought is a reproduction of the well-known phrase of the Bonapartist, sortir de la légalité pour rentrer dans le droit, moving away from legality to entering into the law. End of footnote. To use the expression of that time, which is organized in advance by the side of the legal state, which considers itself a legitimate before it has become a legal power, and which profits by some slight incident to take up the reins of government as they slip from the feeble hands of the constituted authorities. The adoption of the red flag is one of the most singular and the most characteristic episodes of that time. The signal was used in times of disaffection to give warning that martial law was about to be set up. On August 10th, 1792, it became the revolutionary symbol, in order to proclaim, quote, the martial law of the people against rebels to the executive power, end quote. Jaurès comments on this incident in these terms, quote, it is we, the people, who are now the law. We are not rebels. The rebels are in the Tuileries, and it is against the factions of the court and the party of the constitutional monarchy that we raise, in the name of the country and of liberty, the flag of legal repressions. End quote. Footnote. Jaurès. Législative, page 1288. End of footnote. Thus the insurgents began by proclaiming that they held legitimate authority. They are fighting against the state which is only the appearance of legitimacy, and they take the red flag to symbolize the reestablishment by force of the real order. As conquerors, they will treat the conquered as conspirators, and will demand that their plots be punished. The real conclusion to all these fine ideas was to be the massacre of the prisoners in September. All this is perfectly simple, and the general political strike would develop in the same way with similar occurrences. In order that the strike should succeed, the greater part of the proletariat must be members of syndicates, which are under the thumb of political committees. There must be a complete organization made up of the men who will take over the government, so that it will only be necessary to make a simple transmutation in the personnel of the state. The organization of the État postiche would have to be more complete than it was at the time of the Revolution, because the conquest of the state by force does not seem so easy to accomplish as formerly. But the principle would be the same. It is even possible that, since the transmission of authority operates nowadays in a more perfect fashion, thanks to the new resources at the disposal of the parliamentary system, and since the proletariat would be thoroughly well organized under the official syndicates, we should see the social revolution culminate in a wonderful system of slavery. Into section 17. Section 18, Chapter 5, Part 4 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 5. The Political General Strike, Part 4. The study of the political strike leads us to a better understanding of a distinction we must always have in mind when we reflect on contemporary social questions. Sometimes the terms force and violence are used in speaking of acts of authority, sometimes in speaking of acts of revolt. It is obvious that the two cases give rise to very different consequences. I think it would be better to adopt a terminology which would give rise to no ambiguity, and that the term violence should be employed only for acts of revolt. We should say, therefore, that the object of force is to impose a certain social order in which the minority governs, while violence tends to the destruction of that order. The middle class have used force since the beginning of modern times, while the proletariat now reacts against the middle class and against the state by violence. For a long time, I was convinced that it is very important that the theory of social forces should be thoroughly investigated. In a larger measure, the forces may be compared to those acting on matter. But I was not able to perceive the capital distinction in question here until I had come to consider the problem of the general strike. Moreover, I do not think that Marx had ever examined any other form of social constraint except force. In my Saggi de Critica del Marxismo, I endeavored a few years ago to sum up the arguments of Marx with respect to the adaptation of man to the conditions of capitalism, and I presented these arguments in the following manner on pages 38 to 40. Begin excerpt. 1. There is a social system which is to a certain extent mechanical, in which man seems subject to true natural laws. Classical economists place at the beginning of things that automatism, which is in reality the last product of the capitalistic regime. But the advance of capitalist production, says Marx, footnote, Capital, English translation, edition by Ingalls, page 76, end of footnote, quote, develops a more and more numerous class of workers who, by education, tradition, and habit, look upon the conditions of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature, end quote. The intervention of an intelligent will in this mechanism would appear as an exception. 2. There is a regime of emulation and of keen competition which impels men to set aside traditional obstacles, to seek constantly for what is new, and to imagine conditions of existence which seem to them to be better. According to Marx, it is in this revolutionary task that the middle class excelled. 3. There is a regime of violence which plays an important part in history and which assumes several distinct forms. A. On the lowest level, we find a scattered kind of violence which resembles the struggle for life, which acts through economic conditions, and which carries out a slow but sure expropriation. Violence of this character works especially with the aid of fiscal arrangements. Footnote. Marx points out that in Holland, taxation was used to raise the price of necessities artificially. This was the application of a principle of government. This system had a vicious effect on the working class and ruined the peasant, the artisan, and the other members of the better paid workers, but it secured the absolute submission of the workers to their masters, the manufacturers. Capital, English translation, page 781. End of footnote. B. Next comes a concentrated and organized force of the state, which acts directly on labor, to regulate wages, i.e., force them within the limits suitable to surplus value making, to lengthen the working day, and to maintain the laborer himself in the normal degree of dependence. This is an essential element of the so-called primitive accumulation. Footnote. Capital, English translation, page 761. End of footnote. C. We have, finally, violence properly so called, which occupies so great a place in the history of primitive accumulation and which constitutes the principal subject of history. End of excerpt. A few supplementary observations may be useful here. We must first of all observe that these different phases are placed in a logical sequence, starting from states which most resemble an organism, and in which no independent will appears, and ending in states in which individual minds bring forward their considered plans. But the historical order is quite the contrary of this order. At the origin of capitalist accumulation, we find some very distinct historical facts, which appear each in its proper time, with its own characteristics, and under conditions so clearly marked that they are described in the chronicles. We find, for instance, the expropriation of the peasants and the suppression of the old legislation which had constituted, quote, serfdom and the industrial hierarchy, end quote. Marx adds, quotes, the history of this expropriation is not a matter of conjecture. It is inscribed in the annals of humanity in indelible letters of blood and fire. End quote. Footnote. Capital, English translation, page 738. End of footnote. Farther on, Marx shows how the dawn of modern times was marked by the conquest of America, the enslavement of Negroes, and the colonial wars. Quote, the different methods of primitive accumulation which the capitalist era brought about are divided in a more or less chronological order, first of all, between Portugal, Spain, France, and England, until the latter combined the lot, during the last 30 years of the 17th century, into a systematic whole, embracing simultaneously the colonial system, public credit, modern finance, and the protectionist system. Some of these methods are backed by the employment of brute force, but all, without exception, exploit the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, in order to precipitate violently the passage from the feudal economic order to the capitalist economic order, and to shorten the phases of the transition. End quote. It is on this occasion that he compared force to a midwife, and says that it multiplies the social movement. Footnote. Capital, English translation, page 776. The German text says that force is an ökonomische Potenz. Kapital, 4th edition, page 716. The French text says that force is an agent économique. Fourier calls geometric progressions puissantieles. Nouveau Monde industriel et sociétaire, page 376. Marx evidently used the words potens in the sense of a multiplier. Cf. in Capital, page 176, column 1, the term travail puissantien for labor of a multiplied productivity. The English translation has economic power. Translator's note. End of footnote. Thus we see that economic forces are closely bound up with political power, and capitalism finally perfects itself to the point of being able to dispense with any direct appeal to the public force, except in very exceptional cases. Quote, in the ordinary run of things, the worker can be left to the action of the natural laws of production, i.e., to his dependence on capital, a dependence springing from guaranteed and perpetuated by the very mechanism of production. End quote. Footnote. Capital, Tome 1, page 327, column 1. End of footnote. When we reach the last historical stage, the action of independent wills disappears, and the whole of society resembles an organized body, working automatically. Observers can then establish an economic science which appears to them as exact as the sciences of physical nature. The error of many economists consisted in their ignorance of the fact that this system, which seemed natural or primitive to them, footnote, natural, in the Marxian sense, is that which resembles a physical movement, as opposed to the idea of creation by an intelligent will. For the deists of the 18th century, natural was that which had been created by God, and which was both primitive and excellent. This is still, it seems, the view of G. de Molinari. End of footnote. Is a result of a series of transformations which might not have taken place, and always remains a very unstable structure, for it could be destroyed by force, as it had been created by the intervention of force. Moreover, contemporary economic literature is full of complaints respecting the intervention of the state, which has thereby upset natural laws. Nowadays, economists are little disposed to believe that these natural laws are in reality laws of nature. They are well aware that the capitalist system was reached but slowly, but they consider that it was reached by a progress which should enchant the minds of all enlightened men. This progress, in fact, is demonstrated by three remarkable facts. It has become possible to set up a science of economics. Laws can be stated in the simplest, surest, and most elegant formulas, since the law of contract dominates every country of advanced capitalism. Footnote. In a very advanced capitalist regime, questions of agricultural rights, women's dowries, the division of landed property go into the background. The first place is occupied by commercial associations, bills of exchange, sale of stocks and shares, etc. End of footnote. The caprices of the rulers of the state are no longer so apparent, and thus the path towards liberty is open. Any return to the past seems to them a crime against science, law, and human dignity. Socialism looks upon this evolution as being a history of middle-class force, and it only sees differences of degree where the economists imagine that they are discovering difference of kind. Whether force manifests itself under the aspect of historical acts of coercion, or of fiscal oppression, or of conquest, or labor legislation, or whether it is wholly bound up with the economic system, it is always a middle-class force laboring with more or less skill to bring about the capitalist order of society. Marx endeavored to describe the details of this evolution very carefully. He gave very little detail, however, about the organization of the proletariat. This gap in his work has often been explained. He found in England an enormous mass of materials concerning the history of capitalism, which was fairly well arranged, and which had already been discussed by economists. He was therefore able to investigate thoroughly the different peculiarities of middle-class evolution, but he was not very well furnished with matter on which he could argue about the organization of the proletariat. He was obliged, therefore, to remain content with an explanation, in very abstract formulas, of his ideas on the subject of the path which the proletariat must take in order to arrive at the final revolutionary struggle. The consequence of this inadequacy of Marx's work was that Marxism has deviated from the path assigned to it by its real nature. The people who pride themselves on being orthodox Marxians have made no attempt to add anything essential to what their master has written, and they have always imagined that, in order to argue about the proletariat, they must make use of what they had learned from the history of middle-class development. They have never suspected, therefore, that a distinction should be drawn between the force that aims at authority, endeavoring to bring about an automatic obedience, and the violence that would smash that authority. According to them, the proletariat must acquire force just as the middle class acquired it, use it as the latter used it, and end finally by establishing a socialist state which will replace the middle class state. As the state formerly played a most important part in the revolutions which abolished the old economic systems, so it must again be the state which should abolish capitalism. The workers should therefore sacrifice everything to one end alone, that of putting into power men who promise them solemnly to ruin capitalism for the benefit of the people. That is how a parliamentary socialist party is formed. Former militant socialists provided with modest jobs, middle-class people, educated, frivolous, and eager to be in the public eye, and stock exchange speculators imagine that a golden age might spring up for them as the result of a very cautious revolution, which would not seriously disturb the traditional state. Quite naturally, these future masters of the world harbor the thought of reproducing the history of middle-class force, and they are organizing themselves so that they may be able to draw the greatest possible profit from this revolution. Quite a number of such people might find a place in the new hierarchy, and what Paul Leroy-Beaulieu calls the fourth estate would become really a lower middle class. Footnote. In an article in The Radical, January 2, 1906, Ferdinand Buisson shows that those classes of workers who are more favored at the present time will continue to rise above the others. The miners, the railway workers, employees in the state factories or municipal services, who are well organized, form a working-class aristocracy, which succeeds all the more easily because it is continually to discuss all kinds of affairs with corporative bodies who, quote, stand for the recognition of the rights of man, national supremacy, and the authority of universal suffrage, end quote. Beneath this nonsense is to be found merely the recognition of the relationship existing between politicians and obsequious followers. End of footnote. The whole future of democracy might easily depend on this lower middle class, which hopes to make use of the strength of the really proletarian organizations for its own great personal advantage. Footnote. Quote, a portion of the nation throwing in its lot with the proletariat to demand its just rights, end quote, says Maxime Leroy in a book devoted to the defense of the syndicates of civil servants. Les transformations de la puissance publique, page 216. End of footnote. The politicians believe that this class will always have peaceful tendencies, that it may be organized and disciplined, and that since the leaders of such sane syndicates understand equally with the politicians the action of the state, this class will form an excellent body of followers. They would like to make use of it to govern the proletariat. It is for this reason that Ferdinand Buisson and Jaurès are in favor of syndicates of the minor grades of civil servants, who, entering the Bourse du Travail, would inspire the proletariat with the idea of imitating their own feeble and peaceful attitude. The political general strike concentrates the whole of this conception into one easily understood picture. It shows us how the state would lose nothing of its strength, how the transmission of power from one privileged class to another would take place, and how the mass of the producers would merely change masters. These new masters would very probably be less able than those of today. They would make more flowery speeches than the capitalists, but there is every evidence that they would be much harder and much more insolent than their predecessors. The new school approaches the question from quite another point of view. It cannot accept the idea that the historical mission of the proletariat is to imitate the middle class. It cannot conceive that a revolution as vast as that which would abolish capitalism could be attempted for a trifling and doubtful result, for a change of masters, for the satisfaction of theorists, politicians, and speculators, all worshippers and exploiters of the state. It does not wish to restrict itself to the formulas of Marx, although he gave no other theory than that of middle-class force. That, in its eyes, is no reason why it should confine itself to a scrupulous imitation of middle-class force. In the course of his revolutionary career, Marx was not always happily inspired, and too often he followed inspirations which belonged to the past. He even allowed from time to time a quantity of old rubbish which he found in the utopists to creep into his writings. The new school does not in the least feel itself bound to admire the illusions, the faults, and the errors of the man who did so much to work out revolutionary ideas. It endeavors to separate what disfigures the work of Marx from what will immortalize his name. Its attitude is thus the reverse of that of official socialists, who admire especially in Marx that which is not Marxian. We shall therefore attach no importance whatever to the numerous extracts which may be quoted against us to prove that Marx often understood history as the politicians do. We know now the reason for his attitude. He did not know the distinction, which appears to us nowadays so obvious, between middle-class force and proletarian violence, because he did not move in circles which had acquired a satisfactory notion of the general strike. Footnote: the inadequacy of, and the errors contained in Marx's work in respect to everything concerning the revolutionary organization of the proletariat may be cited as memorable examples of that law which prevents us from thinking anything but that which has actual basis in life. Let us not confuse thought and imagination. End of footnote. We now possess sufficient material to enable us to understand the syndicalist strike as thoroughly as we do the political strike. We know what differentiates the proletarian movement from the older middle-class movement. We find in the attitude of the revolutionaries towards the state a means of elucidating ideas which were still very confused in Marx's mind. The method which has served us to mark the difference which exists between middle-class force and proletarian violence may also serve to solve many questions which crop up in the course of researches about the organization of the proletariat. In comparing attempts to organize the syndicalist strike and attempts to organize the political strike, we may often judge what is good and what is bad, i.e., what is specifically socialistic and what has middle-class tendencies. Popular education, for example, seems to be wholly carried on in a middle-class spirit. History shows us that the whole effort of capitalism has been to bring about the submission of the masses to the conditions of the capitalist economic system, so that society might become an organism. The whole revolutionary effort tends to create free men, but democratic rulers adopt as their mission the accomplishment of the moral unity of France. This moral unity is the automatic discipline of the producers, who would doubtless be happy to work for the glory of their intellectual leaders. It may be said, too, that the greatest danger which threatens syndicalism would be an attempt to imitate democracy. It would be better for it to remain content for a time with weak and chaotic organizations, rather than that it should fall beneath the sway of syndicates which would copy the political forms of the middle class. The revolutionary syndicalists have never yet made that mistake, because those who seek to lead them into an imitation of middle-class methods happen to be adversaries of the syndicalist general strike and have thus stood confessed as enemies. End of section 18. Section 19, Chapter 6, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 6. The Ethics of Violence, Part 1. Header Note 1. Observations of P. Bureau and of P. de Rousier. The Era of Martyrs. Possibility of maintaining the cleavage with very little violence thanks to a catastrophic myth. 2. Old habits of brutality in schools and workshops. The dangerous classes. Indulgence for crimes of cunning. Informers. 3. Law of 1884 passed to intimidate conservatives, part played by Millerand in the Waldeck-Rousseau ministry. Motives behind present ideas on arbitration. 4. Search for the sublime in morality. Proudhon. No moral development in trade unionism. The sublime in Germany and the catastrophic conception. End of header note. There are so many legal precautions against violence, and our upbringing is directed towards so weakening our tendencies toward violence that we are instinctively inclined to think that any act of violence is a manifestation of a return to barbarism. Peace has always been considered the greatest of blessings and the essential condition of all material progress, and it is for this reason that industrial societies have so often been contrasted favorably with military ones. This last point of view explains why, almost uninterruptedly since the 18th century, economists have been in favor of strong central authorities and have troubled little about political liberties. Condorcet levels this reproach at the followers of Quigne, and Napoleon III had probably no greater admirer than Michel Chevalier. Footnote. Quote, One day, Michel Chevalier came beaming into the editorial room of the Journal des Débats. His first words were, I have achieved liberty. Everybody was all agog. He was asked to explain. He meant the liberty of the slaughterhouses. End quote. Renaud, Feuilles détachées, page 149. End of footnote. It may be questioned whether there is not a little stupidity in the admiration of our contemporaries for gentle methods. I see, in fact, that several authors, remarkable for their perspicacity and their interest in the ethical side of every question, do not seem to have the same fear of violence as our official professors. P. Bureau was extremely surprised to find in Norway a rural population which had remained profoundly Christian. The peasants nevertheless carried a dagger at their belt. When a quarrel ended in a stabbing affray, the police inquiry generally came to nothing for lack of witnesses ready to come forward and give evidence. The author concludes thus, quote, In men, a soft and effeminate character is more to be feared than their feeling of independence. However exaggerated and brutal, and a stab given by a man who is virtuous in his morals, but violent, is a social evil less serious and more easily curable than the excessive profligacy of young men reputed to be more civilized. End quote. Footnote. P. Bureau, La Paysan des Fjords de Norvège, pages 114 and 115. End of footnote. I borrow a second example from P. de Rousier, who, like P. Bureau, is a fervent Catholic and interested especially in the moral side of all questions. He narrates how, towards 1860, the country of Denver, the great mining center of the Rocky Mountains, was cleared of the bandits who infested it. The American magistracy being impotent, courageous citizens undertook the work. Quote, lynch law was frequently put into operation. A man accused of murder or of theft might be arrested, condemned, and hanged in less than a quarter of an hour, if an energetic vigilance committee could get hold of him. The American who happens to be honest has one excellent habit. He does not allow himself to be crushed on the pretext that he is virtuous. A law-abiding man is not necessarily a craven, as is often the case with us. On the contrary, he is convinced that his interests ought to be considered before those of an habitual criminal or of a gambler. Moreover, he possesses the necessary energy to resist, and the kind of life which he leads makes him capable of resisting effectively, even of taking the initiative and the responsibility of a serious step when circumstances demand it. Such a man, placed in a new country, full of natural resources, wishing to take advantage of the riches it contains and to acquire a superior situation in life by his labor, will not hesitate to suppress, in the name of the higher interest he represents, the bandits who compromise the future of his country. That is why, 25 years ago at Denver, so many corpses were dangling above the little wooden bridge thrown across Cherry Creek. End quote. Footnote. De Rousier, La vie américaine, Ranche, Ferme et Usines. Pages 224 to 225. End of footnote. This is a considered opinion of P. de Rousier, for he returns elsewhere to this question. I know, he says, quote, that lynch law is generally considered in France as a symptom of barbarism. But if honest, virtuous people in Europe think thus, virtuous people in America think quite otherwise. End quote. Footnote. De Rousier, La vie américaine, l'éducation et la société. Page 218. End of footnote. He highly approved of the Vigilance Committee of New Orleans, which, in 1890, quote, to the great satisfaction of all virtuous people, end quote, hanged mafiosi acquitted by the jury. Footnote. De Rousier, L'Occit, page 221. In Corsica, at the time when the vendetta was the regular means of supplying the deficiencies or correcting the action of a too halting justice, people do not appear to have been less moral than today. Before the French conquest, Kabylie had no other means of punishment but private vengeance. Yet the Kabyles were not a bad people. It may be conceded to those in favor of mild methods that violence may hamper economic progress, and even when it goes beyond a certain limit, that it is a danger to morality. This concession cannot be used as an argument against the doctrine set forth here, because I consider violence only from the point of view of its influence on social theories. It is in fact certain that a great development of brutality, accompanied by much bloodletting, is quite unnecessary in order to induce the workers to look upon economic conflicts as the reduced facsimiles of the great battle which will decide the future. If a capitalist class is energetic, it is constantly affirming its determination to defend itself. Its frank and consistently reactionary attitude contributes at least as greatly as proletarian violence towards keeping distinct that cleavage between the classes which is the basis of all socialism. We may make use here of the great historical example provided by the persecutions which Christians were obliged to suffer during the first centuries. Modern authors have been so struck by the language of the fathers of the Church and by the details given in the Acts of the Martyrs that they have generally imagined the Christians as outlaws whose blood was continually being spilt. The cleavage between the pagan world and the Christian world was extraordinarily well marked. Without this cleavage, the latter would never have acquired all its characteristic features, but this cleavage was maintained by a combination of circumstances very different from that formerly imagined. Nobody believes any longer that the Christians took refuge in subterranean quarries in order to escape the searches of the police. The catacombs were dug out at great expense by communities with large resources at their disposal, under land belonging generally to powerful families which protected the new cult. Nobody has any doubt now that before the end of the 1st century, Christianity had its followers among the Roman aristocracy. Quote, "In the very ancient catacomb of Priscilla has been found the family vault in which was buried from the 1st to the 4th century the Christian line of the Achilli." End quote. Footnote: P. Allard, 10 Leçons sur la martyre, page 171. End of footnote. It seems also that the old belief that the number of the martyrdoms was very great must be abandoned. Renan still asserted that the literature of martyrdom should be taken seriously. The details of the acts of the martyrs, he said, quote, may be false for the most part. The dreadful picture which they unroll before us was nevertheless a reality. The true nature of this terrible struggle has often been misconceived, but its seriousness has not been exaggerated. End quote. Footnote: Renan, Église chrétienne, page 137. End of footnote. The researches of Harnack led to quite another conclusion. The language of the Christian authors was entirely disproportionate to the actual importance of the persecutions. There were very few martyrs before the middle of the 3rd century. Tertullian is the writer who has most strongly indicated the horror which the new religion felt for its persecutors. And yet, here is what Harnack says, quote, "If, with the help of the works of Tertullian, we consider Carthage and northern Africa, we shall find that before the year 180, there was in those regions no case of martyrdom, and that from that year to the death of Tertullian, after 220, and adding Numidia and the Mauritanias, scarcely more than 24 could be counted." End quote. Footnote: P. Allard, Opsit, page 137. End of footnote. It must be remembered that at that time there was in Africa a rather large number of Montanists who extolled the glory of martyrdom and denied that anyone had the right to fly from persecution. P. Allard combats Harnack's proposition with arguments which seem to me somewhat weak. Footnote: Revue des Questions Historiques, July 1905. End of footnote. He is unable to understand the enormous difference which probably exists between the reality of the persecutions and the conceptions which the persecuted formed of them. The Christians, says the German professor, quote, were able to complain of being persecuted flocks, and yet such persecution was exceptional. They were able to look upon themselves as models of heroism, and yet they were rarely put to the proof. End quote. And I call attention to the end of this sentence, quote, they were able to place themselves above the grandeurs of the world, and yet, at the same time, to make themselves more and more at home in it. End quote. Footnote: P. Allard, Opsit, page 142. Cf. what I have said in Le Système historique de Renan, pages 312 to 315. End of footnote. There is something paradoxical at first sight in the situation of the Church, which had its followers in the upper classes, who are obliged to make many concessions to custom, and who yet could hold beliefs based on the idea of an absolute cleavage. The inscriptions on the catacomb of Priscilla prove, quote, the continuance of the faith through a series of generations of the Achilli, among whom were to be found not only consuls and magistrates of the highest order, but also priests, priestesses, even children, members of illustrious idolatrous colleges reserved by privilege for patricians and their sons. End quote. Footnote: P. Allard, Opsit, page 206. If the Christian system of ideas had been rigorously based on actual facts, such a paradox would have been impossible. The statistics of persecutions, therefore, play no great part in this question. What was of much greater importance than the frequency of the torments were the remarkable occurrences which took place during the scenes of martyrdom. The Christian ideology was based on these rather rare but very heroic events. There was no necessity for the martyrdoms to be numerous in order to prove, by the test of experience, the absolute truth of the new religion and the absolute error of the old, to establish thus that there were two incompatible ways, and to make it clear that the reign of evil would come to an end. In spite of the small number of martyrs, says Harnack, quote, we may estimate at its true value the courage needed to become a Christian and to live as one. Above all else, we ought to praise the conviction of the martyr whom a word or a gesture could save, and who preferred death to such freedom. End quote. Footnote. P. Allard. Opsit, page 142. Contemporaries who saw in martyrdom a judicial proof testifying to the honor of Christ, footnote. G. Sorel. La Système historique des Renom, pages 335 to 336. End of footnote. Drew from these facts quite other conclusions than those which a modern historian, whose mind runs in modern grooves, might draw from them. No ideology was ever more remote from the facts than that of the early Christians. The Roman administration dealt very severely with anyone who showed a tendency to disturb the public peace, especially with any accused person who defied its majesty. In striking down from time to time a few Christians who had been denounced to it, for reasons which have generally remained hidden from us, it did not think that it was accomplishing an act which would ever interest posterity. It seems that the general public itself hardly ever took any great notice of these punishments, and this explains why the persecutions left scarcely any trace on pagan literature. The pagans had no reason to attach to martyrdom the extraordinary importance which the faithful and those who already sympathized with them attached to it. This ideology would certainly not have been formed in so paradoxical a manner had it not been for the firm belief that people had in the catastrophes described by the numerous apocalypses which were composed at the end of the first century and at the beginning of the second. It was the conviction of all that the world was to be delivered up completely to the reign of evil, and that Christ would then come and give the final victory to his elect. Any case of persecution borrowed from the mythology of the Antichrist something of its dread dramatic character. Instead of being valued on its actual importance as a misfortune which had befallen a few individuals, a lesson for the community, or a temporary check on propaganda, it became an incident of the war carried on by Satan, prince of this world, who was soon to reveal his Antichrist. Thus the cleavage sprang at the same time from the persecutions and from the feverish expectation of a decisive battle. When Christianity had developed sufficiently, the apocalyptic literature ceased to be cultivated to any extent. Although the root idea contained therein still continued to exercise its influence, the acts of the martyrs were drawn up in such a way that they might excite the same feelings that the apocalypses excited. It may be said that they replaced these. Footnote. It is probable that the first Christian generation had no clear idea of the possibility of replacing the apocalypses imitated from Jewish literature by the acts of the martyrs. This would explain why we possess no accounts prior to the year 155, letter of Smyrniotes, telling of the death of Saint Polycarpa, and why all memory of a certain number of very ancient Roman martyrs has been lost. End of footnote. We sometimes find in the literature of the persecutions, set down as clearly as in the apocalypses, the horror which the faithful felt for the ministers of Satan who persecuted them. Footnote. Marc Aurèle, page 500. End of footnote. It is possible, therefore, to conceive socialism as being perfectly revolutionary, although there may only be a few short conflicts, provided that these have strength enough to evoke the idea of the general strike. All the events of the conflict will then appear under a magnified form, and the idea of catastrophe being maintained, the cleavage will be perfect. Thus, one objection often urged against revolutionary socialism may be set aside. There is no danger of civilization succumbing under the consequences of a development of brutality, since the idea of the general strike may foster the notion of the class war by means of incidents, which would appear to middle-class historians as of small importance. When the governing classes, no longer daring to govern, are ashamed of their privileged situation, are eager to make advances to their enemies, and proclaim their horror of all cleavage in society, it becomes much more difficult to maintain in the minds of the proletariat this idea of cleavage, which, without socialism, cannot fulfill its historical role. So much the better, declare the worthy progressives. We may then hope that the future of the world will not be left in the hands of brutes who do not even respect the state, who laugh at the lofty ideas of the middle class, and who have no more admiration for the professional expounders of lofty thought than for priests. Let us therefore do more and more every day for the disinherited, say these gentlemen. Let us show ourselves more Christian, more philanthropic, or more democratic, according to the temperament of each. Let us unite for the accomplishment of social duty. We shall thus get the better of these dreadful socialists, who think it possible to destroy the prestige of the intellectuals now that the intellectuals have destroyed that of the church. As a matter of fact, these cunning moral combinations have failed. It is not difficult to see why. The specious reasoning of these gentlemen, the pontiffs of social duty, supposes that violence cannot increase, and may even diminish in proportion as the intellectuals unbend to the masses and make platitudes and grimaces in honor of the union of the classes. Unfortunately for these great thinkers, things do not happen in this way. Violence does not diminish in the proportion that it should diminish according to the principles of advanced sociology. There are, in fact, socialist scoundrels who, profiting by middle-class cowardice, entice the masses into a movement which every day becomes less like that which ought to result from the sacrifices consented to by the middle class in order to obtain peace. If they dared, the sociologists would declare that the socialists cheat and use unfair methods, so little did the facts come up to their expectations. However, it was only to be expected that the socialists would not allow themselves to be beaten without having used all the resources which the situation offered them. People who have devoted their life to a cause which they identify with the regeneration of the world could not hesitate to make use of any weapon which might serve to develop to a greater degree the spirit of the class war, seeing that greater efforts were being made to suppress it. Existing social conditions favor the production of an infinite number of acts of violence, and there has been no hesitation in urging the workers not to refrain from brutality when this might do them service. Philanthropic members of the middle class, having given a kindly reception to members of the syndicates who were willing to come and discuss matters with them, in the hope that these workmen, proud of their aristocratic acquaintances, would give peaceful advice to their comrades, it is not to be wondered their fellow workmen soon suspected them of treachery when they became upholders of social reform. Finally, and this is the most remarkable fact in the whole business, anti-patriotism becomes an essential element of the syndicalist program. Footnote: as we consider everything from the historical point of view, it is of small importance to know what reasons were actually in the mind of the first apostles of anti-patriotism. Reasons of this kind are almost never the right ones. The essential thing is that for the revolutionary workers, anti-patriotism appears an inseparable part of socialism. End of footnote. The introduction of anti-patriotism into the working class movement is all the more remarkable because it came just when the government was about to put its theories about the solidarity of the classes into practice. It was in vain that Léon Bourgeois approached the proletariat with particularly amiable airs and graces. In vain that he assured the workers that capitalist society was one great family, and that the poor had a right to share in the general riches. He maintained that the whole of contemporary legislation was directed towards the application of the principles of solidarity. The proletariat replied to him by denying the social compact in the most brutal fashion, by denying the duty of patriotism. At the moment when it seemed that a means of suppressing the class war had been found, behold, it springs up again in a particularly displeasing form. Footnote. This propaganda produced results which went far beyond the expectations of its promoters, and which would be inexplicable without the revolutionary idea. End of footnote. Thus, all the efforts of the worthy progressives only brought about results in flat contradiction with their aims. It is enough to make one despair of sociology. If they had any common sense, and if they really desired to protect society against an increase of brutality, they would not drive the socialists into the necessity of adopting the tactics which are forced on them today. They would remain quiet instead of devoting themselves to social duty. They would bless the propagandists of the general strike, who, as a matter of fact, endeavor to render the maintenance of socialism compatible with the minimum of brutality. But these well-intentioned people are not blessed with common sense, and they have yet to suffer many blows, many humiliations, and many losses of money before they decide to allow socialism to follow its own course. End of section 19. Section 20, Chapter 6, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 6. The Ethics of Violence, Part 2. We must now carry our investigations farther and inquire what are the motives behind the great aversion felt by moralists for acts of violence. A very brief summary of a few very curious changes which have taken place in the manners of the working class is first of all indispensable. A. I observe in the first place that nothing is more remarkable than the change which has taken place in the methods of bringing up children. Formerly, it was believed that the rod was the most necessary instrument of the schoolmaster. Nowadays, corporal punishments have disappeared from our public elementary schools. I believe that the competition which the latter had to maintain against the church schools played a very great part in this progress. The brothers applied the old principles of clerical pedagogy with extreme severity, and these, as is well known, involve an excessive amount of corporal punishment inflicted for the purpose of taming the demon who prompted so many of the child's bad habits. Footnote. Cf. Renon, Histoire du peuple d'Israël, Tome 4, pages 289 and 296. Y. Guyot, La Morale, pages 212 to 215. Alphonse Daudet, Numa Rumastan, Chapter 4. End of footnote. The government was intelligent enough to set up in opposition to this barbarous system a milder form of education, which brought it a great deal of sympathy. It is not at all improbable that the severity of clerical punishments is largely responsible for the present tumult of hatred against which the Church is struggling with such difficulty. In 1901, I wrote, quote, "If the Church were well advised, it would suppress entirely that part of its activities which is devoted to children. It would do away with its schools and workshops. It would thus do away with the principal sources of anti-clericalism." Far from showing any desire to adopt this course, it seems to be its intention to develop these establishments still further, and thus it is laying up for itself still further opportunities for displays of popular hatred for the clergy. End quote. Footnote. G. Sorel, Essai sur l'Église et l'État, page 63. End of footnote. What has happened since 1901 surpasses my forecast. In factories and workshops, customs of great brutality formerly existed, especially in those where it was necessary to employ men of superior strength, to whom was given the name of gros culottes, big breeches. In the end, these men managed to get entrusted with the task of engaging other men because, quote, any individual taken on by others was subjected to an infinite number of humiliations and insults, end quote. The man who wished to enter their workshop had to buy them drink, and on the following day to treat all his fellow workers. Quote, the notorious when's it to be? Quand est? Footnote. Quand est? This was the question addressed to the newcomer in a workshop, to remind him that according to custom, he must pay for drinks all round. Quote, pay your footing, end quote. End of footnote. Would be started. Everybody gets tipsy. When's it to be? Is the devourer of savings. In a workshop where when it's to be is the custom, you must stand your turn or beware. End quote. Denis Pollot, from whom I borrow these details, observes that machinery did away with the prestige of the gros culottes, who were scarcely more than a memory when he wrote in 1870. Footnote. Denis Pollot, Le Sublime, pages 150 to 153. I quote from the edition of 1887. This author says that the gros culottes very much hampered progress in the forges. End of footnote. The manners of the compagnonnage. Footnote. The compagnonnage were very ancient workmen's associations whose principal purpose was to enable carpenters, joiners, locksmiths, farriers, and others to make a circular tour round France in order to learn their trades thoroughly. In the towns on this circuit, there was an hotel kept by the maire des compagnons. The newly arrived workman was received there, and the older men found him work. The compagnonnage are now in a state of decay. End of footnote. A kind of trade union, were for a long time remarkable for their brutality. Before 1840, there were constant brawls, often ending in bloodshed between groups with different rights. Martin St. Leon, in his book on the compagnonnage, gives extracts from really barbarous songs. Footnote. Martin St. Leon, Le Compagnonnage, pages 115, 125, 270 to 273, 277 to 278. End of footnote. Initiation into the lodge was accompanied by the severest tests. Young men were treated as if they were pariahs in the, quote, devoir de Jacques et de Soubise, end quote. Footnote. Each trade possessed often several rival associations of workmen, which often engaged each other in bloody combats. Each association was called a devoir. What was intended by de Jacques and de Soubise has long been forgotten. They are traditional words indicating the rules, and so, by extension, the associations which follow these rules. End of footnote. Quote, compagnon, carpenters, have been known, end quote, says Perdiguier, quote, to call themselves the scourge of the foxes, candidates for admission, the terror of the foxes. In the provinces, a fox rarely works in the towns. He is hunted back, as they say, into the brushwood, end quote. Footnote. Martin St. Leon, Op. Cit., page 97, cf. pages 91 to 92, page 107. End of footnote. There were many secessions when the tyranny of the companions came into opposition with the more liberal habits which prevailed in society. When the workers were no longer in need of protection, especially for the purpose of finding work, they were no longer so willing to submit to the demands which had formerly seemed to be of little consequence in comparison with the advantages of the compagnonnage. The struggle for work more than once brought candidates into opposition with companions who wished to reserve certain privileges. Footnote. In 1823, the companion joiners claimed La Rochelle as theirs, a town which they had for a long time neglected as being of too little importance. They had previously only stopped at Nantes and Bordeaux. Martin Saint-Léon, opposite, page 103. La Union des Travailleurs du Tour de France was formed in 1830 to 1832 as a rival organization to the Compagnonnage, following the refusals with which the latter had met a few rather modest demands for reforms presented by the candidates for election. Pages 108 to 116, 126, 131. End of footnote. We might find still other reasons to explain the decline of an institution which, while rendering many important services, had contributed very much to maintaining the idea of brutality. Everybody agrees that the disappearance of these old brutalities is an excellent thing. From this opinion, it was so easy to pass to the idea that all violence is an evil, that this step was bound to have been taken. And in fact, the great mass of the people, who are not accustomed to thinking, have come to this conclusion, which is accepted nowadays as a dogma by the bleating herd of moralists. They have not asked themselves what there is in brutality which is reprehensible. When we no longer remain content with current stupidity, we discover that our ideas about the disappearance of violence depend much more on a very important transformation which has taken place in the criminal world than on ethical principles. I shall endeavor to prove this. B. Middle-class scientists are very chary of touching on anything relating to the dangerous classes. Footnote. On March 30th, 1906, Moniz said in the Senate, quote, "We cannot write in a legal text that prostitution exists in France for both sexes." End quote. End of footnote. That is one of the reasons why their observations on the history of morals always remain superficial. It is not very difficult to see that it is a knowledge of these classes which alone enables us to penetrate the mysteries of the moral thought of peoples. The dangerous classes of pastimes practiced the simplest form of offense, that which was nearest to hand, that which is nowadays left to groups of young scoundrels without experience and without judgment. Offenses of brutality seem to us nowadays something abnormal. So much so that when the brutality has been great, we often ask ourselves whether the culprit is in possession of all his senses. This transformation has evidently not come about because criminals have become moral, but because they have changed their method of procedure to suit the new economic conditions, as we shall see farther on. This change has had the greatest influence on popular thought. We all know that by using brutality, associations of criminals manage to maintain excellent discipline among themselves. When we see a child ill-treated, we instinctively suppose that its parents have criminal habits. The methods used by the old schoolmasters, which the ecclesiastical houses persist in preserving, are those of vagabonds who steal children to make clever acrobats or interesting beggars of them. Everything which reminds us of the habits of dangerous classes of former times is extremely odious to us. There is a tendency for the old ferocity to be replaced by cunning, and many sociologists believe that this is a real progress. Some philosophers who are not in the habit of following the opinions of the herd do not see exactly how this constitutes progress from the point of view of morals. Quote, "If we are revolted by the cruelty, by the brutality of past times," end quote, says Hartmann, quote, "it must not be forgotten that uprightness, sincerity, a lively sentiment of justice, pious respect before holiness of morals characterized the ancient peoples, while nowadays we see predominant lies, duplicity, treachery, the spirit of chicane, the contempt for property, disdain for instinctive probity and legitimate customs, the value of which is not even understood." Footnote. Hartmann here bases his statements on the authority of the English naturalist Wallace, who has greatly praised the simplicity of life among the Malays. There must surely be a considerable element of exaggeration in this praise, although other travelers have made similar observations about some of the tribes of Sumatra. Hartman wishes to show that there is no progress towards happiness, and this preoccupation leads him to exaggerate the happiness of the ancients. End of footnote. Robbery, deceit, and fraud increase in spite of legal repression more rapidly than brutal and violent crimes like pillage, murder, and rape, etc. decrease. Egoism of the basest kind shamelessly breaks the sacred bonds of the family and friendship in every case in which these oppose its desires. End quote. Footnote. Hartman, Philosophy of the Unconscious. French translation, pages 464 to 465. End of footnote. At present time, money losses are generally looked upon as accidents to which we are constantly exposed and easily made good again, while bodily accidents are not so easily reparable. Fraud is therefore regarded as infinitely less serious than brutality. Criminals benefit from this change which has come about in legal sentences. Our penal code was drawn up at a time when the citizen was pictured as a rural proprietor occupied solely with the administration of his property, as a good family man, saving to secure an honorable position for his children. Large fortunes made in business and politics or by speculation were rare and were looked on as real monstrosities. The defense of the savings of the middle classes was one of the first concerns of the legislator. The previous judicial system had been still more severe in the punishment of fraud, for a royal declaration of August 5th, 1725, punished a fraudulent bankrupt with death. It would be difficult to imagine anything further removed from our customs. We are now inclined to consider that offenses of this sort can, as a rule, only be committed as the result of the imprudence of the victims, and that it is only exceptionally that they deserve severe penalties. We, on the contrary, content ourselves with light punishment. In a rich community where business is on a very large scale, and in which everybody is wide awake in defense of his own interests, as in America, crimes of fraud never have the same consequences as in a community which is forced to practice rigid economy. As a matter of fact, these crimes seldom cause a serious and lasting disturbance in the economic system. It is for this reason that Americans put up with the excesses of their politicians and financiers with so little complaint. P. de Roussier compares the American to the captain of a ship who, during a dangerous voyage, has no time to look after his thieving cook. Quote, "When you point out to Americans that they are being robbed by their politicians, they usually reply, 'Of course we are aware of that, but as long as business is good and politicians do not get in the way, it will not be very difficult for them to escape the punishment they deserve.'" End quote. Footnote. De Roussier, La vie américaine, l'éducation et la société, page 217. End of footnote. In Europe also, since it has become easy to gain money, ideas analogous to those current in America have spread among us. Great company promoters have been able to escape punishment because in their hour of success, they were clever enough to make friends in all circles. We have finally come to believe that it would be extremely unjust to condemn bankrupt merchants and lawyers who retire ruined after moderate catastrophes, while the princes of financial swindling continue to lead gay lives. Gradually, the new industrial system has created a new and extraordinary indulgence for all crimes of fraud in the great capitalist countries. Footnote. Several small countries have adopted these ideas, thinking by such imitation to reach the greatness of the large countries. End of footnote. In those countries where the old parsimonious and non-speculative family economy still prevails, the relative estimation of acts of fraud and acts of brutality has not followed the same evolution as in America, England, and France. This is why Germany has preserved so many of the customs of former times. Footnote. It must be noticed that in Germany there are so many Jews in the world of speculation that American ideas do not spread very easily. The majority look upon the speculator as a foreigner who is robbing the nation. End of footnote. And does not feel the same horror that we do for brutal punishments. These never seem to them, as they do to us, only suitable to the most dangerous classes. Many philosophers have protested against this mitigation of sentences. After what we have related earlier about Hartman, we shall expect to meet him among those who protest. We are already, he says, quote, approaching the time when theft and lying condemned by law will be despised as vulgar errors, as gross clumsiness by the clever cheats who know how to preserve the letter of the law while infringing the rights of other people. For my part, I would much rather live amongst the ancient Germans at the risk of being killed on occasion than be obliged, as I am in modern cities, to look on every man as a swindler or a rogue, unless I have evident proofs of his honesty. End quote. Footnote. Hartman, Loxit, page 465. End of footnote. Hartman takes no account of economic conditions. He argues from an entirely personal point of view and never looks at what goes on round him. Nobody today wants to run the risk of being slain by ancient Germans. Fraud or a theft are very easily reparable. C. Finally, in order to get to the heart of contemporary thought on this matter, it is necessary to examine the way in which the public judges the relations existing between the state and the criminal associations. Such relations have always existed. These associations, after having practiced violence, have ended by employing craft alone, or at least their acts of violence have become somewhat exceptional. Nowadays, we should think it very strange if the magistrates were to put themselves at the head of armed bands, as they did in Rome during the last years of the Republic. In the course of the Zola trial, the anti-Semites recruited bands of paid demonstrators who were commissioned to manifest patriotic indignation. The government of Méline protected these antics, which for some months had considerable success and helped considerably in hindering a fair revision of the sentence on Dreyfus. I believe that I am not mistaken in saying that these tactics of the partisans of the Church have been the principal cause of all the measures directed against Catholicism since 1901. The middle-class liberals would never have accepted these measures if they had not still been under the influence of the fear they had felt during the Dreyfus affair. The chief argument which Clemenceau used to stir up his followers to fight against the Church was that of fear. He never ceased to denounce the danger which the Republic ran in the continued existence of the Romish faction. The laws about the congregations, about education, and the administration of the churches were made with the object of preventing the Catholic party against taking up its former warlike attitude, which Anatole France so often compared to that of the League. Footnote. The League was a political organization directed by the partisans of the Duc de Guise against the Protestants. It resisted Henri IV for a considerable time. Translator's note. End of footnote. They were laws inspired by fear. Many conservatives felt this so strongly that they regarded with displeasure the resistance recently opposed to the inventories of churches. They considered that the employment of bands of pious Apaches would make the middle classes still more hostile to their cause. Footnote. At a meeting of the Municipal Council of Paris on March 26, 1906, the prefect of police said that the resistance was organized by a committee sitting at 86 Rue de Richelieu, which hired pious Apaches at between 3 and 4 francs a day. He asserted that 52 Parisian curés had promised him either to facilitate the inventories or to be content with a merely passive resistance. He accused the Catholic politicians of having forced the hands of the clergy. End of footnote. It was not a little surprising to see Brunetière, who had been one of the admirers of the anti-Dreyfus Apaches, advise submission. This was because experience had enlightened him as to the consequences of violence. Associations which work by craft provoke no such reactions in the public. in the time of the clerical republic, footnote, i.e., in the time when McMahon was president. Translator's note. End of footnote. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul was an excellent center of surveillance over officials of every order and grade. It is not surprising, then, that Freemasonry has been able to render services to the radical government of exactly the same kind as those which Catholic philanthropy was able to render to former governments. The history of recent spying scandals has shown very plainly what the point of view of the country actually was. When the Nationalists obtained possession of the documents containing information about officers of the army, which had been compiled by the dignitaries of the Masonic lodges, they believed that their opponents were lost. The panic which prevailed in the radical camp for some time seemed to justify their hopes, but before long the democracy showed only derision for what they called the, quote, petty virtue, end quote, of those who publicly denounced the methods of General André and his accomplices. In those difficult days, Henri Béranger showed that he understood admirably the ethical standards of his contemporaries. He did not hesitate to approve of what he called the, quote, legitimate supervision of the governing classes exercised by the organizations of the vanguard, end quote. He denounced the cowardice of the government which had, quote, allowed those who had undertaken the difficult task of opposing the military caste and the Roman Church, of examining and denouncing them, to be branded as informers, end quote. Action, October 31st, 1904. He loaded with insults the few Dreyfusards who dared to show their indignation. The attitude of Joseph Renaud appeared particularly scandalous to him. In his opinion, the latter should have felt himself extremely honored by being tolerated in the, quote, League of the Rights of Man, end quote, which had decided at last to lead, quote, the good fight for the defense of rights of the citizen, sacrificed too long to those of one man, end quote. Action, December 12th, 1904. Finally, a law of amnesty was voted, declaring that no one wanted to hear anything more of these trifles. There was some opposition in the provinces. Footnote. The people in the provinces are not, as a matter of fact, so accustomed as the Parisians are to indulgence towards nonviolent trickery and brigandage. End of footnote. But was it very serious? I'm inclined to think not. When I read the documents published by Péguy in the 9th number of the 6th series of his Cahiers de la Quinzaine, several people accustomed to speaking a verbose, sonorous, and nonsensical language doubtless found themselves a little uncomfortable under the smiles of the leading grocers and eminent chemists who constituted the elite of the learned and musical societies before which they had been accustomed to hold forth on justice, truth, and light. They found it necessary to adopt a stoical attitude. Could anything be finer than this passage from a letter of Professor Bugla, an eminent doctor of social science, which I find on page 13? Quote, I am very happy to learn that at last the League is going to speak. Its silence astonishes and frightens us. End quote. He must be a man who is easily astonished and frightened. Francis de Presense also suffered some anxiety of mind. He is a specialist in that kind of thing, but his feelings were of a very distinguished kind, as is only proper for an aristocratic socialist. He was afraid that democracy was threatened with the new guillotine sèche. Footnote. Dry guillotine, popular expression meaning persecution. Translator. End of footnote. Resembling that which had done so much harm to virtuous Democrats during the Panama scandal. Footnote. Cahiers de la Quinzaine, 9th of the 6th series, page 9. F. de Presense was at the time of the Panama affair Ibrar's principal clerk. We know that the latter was one of the principal beneficiaries from the Panama booty, but that has not injured his position in the eyes of the austere Huguenots. The tome continues to be the organ of moderate democracy and of the ministers of the gospel. End of footnote. When he saw that the public quietly accepted the complicity of the government with a philanthropic association, which had turned into a criminal association, he hurled his avenging thunders against the protesters. Among the most comical of these protesters, I pick out a political pastor of Saint-Étienne called El Comte. He wrote in the extraordinary language employed by the members of the League of the Rights of Man, quote, I had hoped that the Dreyfus affair would have definitely cured us of the moral malaria from which we suffer, and that it would have cleansed the Republican conscience of the clerical virus with which it was impregnated. It has done nothing. We are more clerical than ever. End quote. Footnote. Cahiers de la Quinzaine. L'Occident, page 13. End of footnote. Accordingly, this austere man remained in the League. Protestant and middle-class logic. It is always possible, you see, that the League might one of these days be able to render some small service to the deserving ministers of the gospel. I have insisted, rather lengthily, on these grotesque incidents because they seem to me to characterize very aptly the moral ideas of the people who claim to lead us. Henceforth, it must be taken for granted that political criminal associations which work by craft have a recognized place in any democracy that has attained its maturity. P. de Roussier believes that America will one day cure itself of the evils which result from the guilty maneuvers of its politicians. Ostrogorski, after making a long and minute inquiry into, quote, democracy and the organization of political parties, end quote, believes that he has found remedies which will enable modern states to free themselves from exploitation by political parties. These are Platonic vows. No historical experience justifies the hope that a democracy can be made to work in a capitalist country without the criminal abuses experienced everywhere nowadays. When Rousseau demanded that the democracy should not tolerate the existence in its midst of any private association, he reasoned from his knowledge of the republics of the Middle Ages. He knew that part of history better than his contemporaries did, and was struck with the enormous part played at that time by the political criminal associations. He asserted the impossibility of reconciling a rational democracy with the existence of such forces, but we ought to learn from experience that there is no way of bringing about their disappearance. Footnote. Rousseau, stating the question in an abstract way, appeared to condemn every kind of association, and our governments for a long time used his authority to subject every association to authority. End of footnote. End of section 20. Section 21. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 6. The Ethics of Violence, Part 3. The preceding explanations enable us to understand the ideas about the proper function of the workers' syndicates formed by the enlightened Democrats and the worthy progressives. Waldeck Rousseau has often been congratulated on having carried the law on syndicates in 1884. In order to give an account of what was expected from this law, we must recall the situation of France at that epoch. Severe financial embarrassments had compelled the government to sign agreements with the railway companies, which the radicals denounced as acts of brigandage. The colonial policy gave opportunities for extremely violent attacks and was thoroughly unpopular. Footnote. In his Morale, published in 1883, Y. Guillot violently attacks this policy. Quote, in spite of the disastrous experiences of 2 centuries, We are taking Tunisia. We are on the point of going to Egypt. We are setting out for Tonkin. We dream of the conquest of Central Africa." End quote. Page 339. End of footnote. The discontent, which a few years later took the form of Boulangism, was already very marked, and in the elections of 1885 very nearly gave a majority to the conservatives. Waldeck-Rousseau, without being a very profound seer, was yet sharp enough to understand the danger which might threaten the opportunist republic, and cynical enough to look for a means of defense in a political criminal association capable of checkmating the conservatives. At the time of the Empire, the government had tried to manipulate the benefit societies in such a way as to control the employees and a section of the artisans. Later on, it believed it might be possible to find in the workmen's associations a weapon with which it might be capable of ruining the authority which the Liberal Party had with the people, and terrorizing the rich classes, who had obstinately opposed the government since 1863. Waldeck-Rousseau was inspired by these examples and hoped to organize among the workmen a hierarchy under the direction of the police. Footnote. I've pointed this out in the Air Nouvelle, March 1894, page 339. End of footnote. In a circular of August 25, 1884, Waldeck-Rousseau explained to the prefects that they ought not to confine themselves to their too limited function of enforcing respect for the law. They must stimulate the spirit of association and, quote, smooth away the difficulties which were bound to arise from inexperience and lack of practice in this new liberty, end quote. Their task would be so much the more useful and important if they succeeded in inspiring greater confidence in the workmen. In diplomatic terms, the minister advised them to undertake the moral leadership of the syndicalist movement. Footnote. According to the socialist deputy, Marius Devez, the prefect du Gard undertook this leadership of the syndicalist movement under the minister Combes. Études socialistes, page 323. I find in the France du Sud-Ouest, January 25, 1904, a notice announcing that the prefect of La Manche, delegated by the government, together with the under-prefect, the mayor, and the municipality, officially inaugurated the Bourse du Travail at Cherbourg. End of footnote. Quote, although the government is not obliged by the law of 1884 to take any part in the search for the solutions of the great economic and social problems, it cannot be indifferent to them. And I am convinced that it is its duty to participate and to put its services and zeal at the disposal of all the parties concerned. End quote. It will be necessary to act with a great deal of prudence so as, quote, not to excite mistrust, end quote, to show the workmen's associations how very much the government interests itself in their development, and to advise them, quote, when they make applications, end quote. The prefects must prepare themselves for, quote, this role of counselor and energetic collaborator by a thorough study of legislation and of the similar organizations which exist in France and abroad. End quote. In 1884, the government did not in the least foresee that the syndicates might participate in a great revolutionary agitation, and the circular spoke with a certain irony of, quote, the hypothetical peril of an antisocial federation of the whole of the workers, end quote. Nowadays, one is very tempted to smile at the ingenuousness of the man who has so often been represented to us as the Prince of Cunning. But to account for his illusions, it is necessary to go back to the writings of the Democrats of that period. In 1887, in the preface to the third edition of Sublime, Denis Poulot, an experienced manufacturer, former mayor of the 11th arrondissement, and a follower of Gambetta, said that the syndicates would kill strikes. He believed that the revolutionaries had no serious influence on the organized workmen, and he saw in the primary schools a sure means of bringing about the disappearance of socialism. Like nearly all the opportunists of that time, he was much more preoccupied with blacks than with reds. Footnote: blacks and reds, clericals and socialists. End of footnote. Yves Guillot himself does not seem to have had much more insight than Waldeck Rousseau, because in his Morale, 1883, he considered collectivism to be merely a word. He denounced the existing legislation which, quote, aims at hindering the organization of workmen for the sale of their labor at the highest possible price and for the discussion of their interests, end quote. And he expected that what the syndicates would lead to would be the, quote, organization of the sale of labor on a wholesale basis, end quote. He makes violent attacks on the priest, and the Chagot family is denounced because it forces the miners of Monceau to go to Mass. Footnote: Y. Guillot, Morale, pages 293, 183 to 184, 122, 148, and 320. End of footnote. Everybody then counted on the working men's organizations to destroy the power of the clerical party. If the Waldeck Rousseau had had the slightest foresight, he would have perceived the advantage that the conservatives have tried to draw from the law on syndicates, with a view to attempting the restoration of social peace in the country districts under their own leadership. For several years, the peril which the Republic ran in the formation of an agrarian party has been denounced. Footnote: De Roquigny, Les syndicats agricoles et leur ouvroir, pages 42, 391 to 394. End of footnote. The result has not answered to the hopes of the promoters of agricultural syndicates, but it might have been serious. Waldeck Rousseau never suspected it for an instant. He does not seem in his circular to have suspected even the material services which the new associations would render to agriculture. Footnote: this is all the more remarkable since the syndicates are represented in the circular as capable of aiding French industry in its struggle against foreign competition. End of footnote. If he had had any idea of what might come to pass, he would have taken precautions in the drawing up of the law. It is certain that neither the minister who drew up the law nor the rapporteur. Footnote: the writers on moral theology who maintain that our actions should be guided only by absolutely sure maxims were called toussierists. Opposed to them were the laxists. In the Provincial, Pascal defends the toussierist position. The Jesuits he attacks are laxists. Translator's note. End of footnote. Understood the importance of the word agricultural, which was introduced by means of an amendment proposed by Daudet, the senator for Dieu. Footnote: it was thought to be merely a question of permitting agricultural laborers to form themselves into syndicates. Toulon declared, in the name of the committee, that he had never thought of excluding them from the benefits of the new law. De Roquigny, opposite, page 10. As a rule, the agricultural syndicates have served as commercial agencies for farm bailiffs, landowners, etc. End of footnote. Workmen's associations directed by Democrats, using cunning, threats, and sometimes even a certain amount of violence, could have been of the greatest service to the government in the struggle against the conservatives, then so threatening. Those people who have recently transformed Waldeck Rousseau into the father of his country will probably protest against such a disrespectful interpretation of his policy. But this interpretation will not seem altogether improbable to the people who remember the cynicism with which he, who is now represented as a great liberal, governed. One had the impression that France was about to enter on a regime which would recall the follies, the luxuries, and the brutality of the Caesars. Moreover, when unforeseen circumstances brought back Waldeck Rousseau to power, he immediately resumed his former policy and tried to use the syndicates against his adversaries. In 1899, it was no longer possible to attempt to put the workmen's associations under the direction of the prefects in the way indicated by the circular of 1884. But there were other methods which might be tried, and, in including Millerand in his ministry, Waldeck Rousseau thought he had carried out a master stroke. As Millerand had been able to make himself the leader of the socialists, who had, until then, been divided into irreconcilable groups, might he not become the broker who would discreetly manipulate the syndicates by influencing their leaders? Every means of seduction was employed in order to bring the workmen to reason and to inspire them with confidence in the higher officials of the government of Republican defense. One cannot help being reminded of the policy that Napoleon, in signing the Concordat, intended to follow. He had recognized that it would not be possible for him, as for Henry VIII, to directly influence the Church. Failing that method, said Taine, quote, he adopts another which leads to the same end. He does not want to change the opinions of his people. He respects spiritual things and wishes to control them without interfering with them and without becoming entangled himself in them. He wants to make them square with his policy, but by the influence of temporal things. End quote. Footnote. Taine, Le Régime Moderne, Volume 2, page 10. End of footnote. In the same way, Millerand was commissioned to assure the workmen that their socialist convictions would not be interfered with. The government only wanted to direct the action of the syndicates and to make them fit in with its own policy. Napoleon had said, quote, you will see how I shall be able to utilize the priests. End quote. Footnote. Taine, Loxit, page 11. End of footnote. Millerand was instructed to gratify in every way the vanity of the leaders of the syndicates. Footnote. This is what Mademoiselle Georges Renard very sensibly points out in her report of a workman's fête given by Millerand. L. de Sillac, Le Monde Socialiste, page 308. End of footnote. While the mission of the prefects was to induce the employers to grant material advantages to the workers. It was thought that this Napoleonic policy would give results as considerable as those obtained from the policy pursued in regard to the Church. Dumais, the minister of public worship, had succeeded in creating a docile episcopacy formed of men whom the ardent Catholics contemptuously called the préfet violet. Footnote. Préfet violet. This expression was used ironically by several papers to designate bishops who were too submissive to the government. Catholic bishops wear a violet robe. Translator's note. End of footnote. Might it not be possible, by putting a shrewd principal clerk in the office of the minister, to create Préfet Rouge? All this was fairly well thought out and corresponded perfectly with the kind of talent possessed by Waldeck Rousseau, who was all his life a great partisan of the Concordat and was fond of negotiating with Rome. It was not unpleasing to him to negotiate with the Reds. The very originality of the enterprise would have been enough to charm a mind like his that delighted in subtlety. In a speech on December 1st, 1905, Marcel Sambaud, who had been in a particularly good position to know how things happened in the time of Millerand, related several anecdotes which very much astounded the chamber. He told them how the government, in order to make itself disagreeable to the nationalist municipal councillors of Paris and to reduce their influence on the Bourse du Travail. Footnote. Millerand did not keep on the former director of the Office du Travail, who was doubtless not pliant enough for the new policy. It seems to me to be clearly established that at the time considerable attention was being given in this government department to a kind of inquiry as to the state of feeling among the militants of the syndicates, evidently in order to ascertain in what way they might be advised. This was revealed by Charles Guies in the Page Libre of December 10, 1904. The protestations of the department and those of Millerin do not appear to have been very serious. Voix de Peuple, December 18th and 25th, 1904, January 1st, 1905, June 25th, August 27th. The Office du Travail is a ministerial office which makes inquiries about labor and publishes statistics. It was created principally in the hope that it would serve to put the government into connection with the leaders of the syndicates. Translator's note. End of footnote. Had asked the syndicates, quote, to make applications to it that would justify, end quote, the reorganization of that establishment. A certain amount of scandal was caused by the march past of the red flags before the official platform at the inauguration of the monument to Delu in the Place de la Nation. We now know that this happened as the result of negotiations. The prefect of police had hesitated, but Waldeck-Rousseau had authorized these revolutionary ensigns. The fact that the government denied having any relations with the syndicates is of no importance. A lie, more or less, would not trouble a politician of Waldeck-Rousseau's caliber. The exposure of these maneuvers shows us that the ministry depended on the syndicates to frighten the conservatives. Ever since then, it has been easy to understand the attitude they have adopted in the course of several strikes. On the one hand, Waldeck-Rousseau proclaimed with great fervor the necessity of giving the protection of public force to every single workman who wished to work in spite of the strikers. On the other hand, he has more than once shut his eyes to acts of violence. The reason of this is that he found it necessary to annoy and frighten the progressists. Footnote. It may be questioned whether Waldeck-Rousseau did not go too far and thus started the government on a very different road from that which he wanted it to take. I do not think that the law about associations would have been voted except under the influence of fear, but it is certain that its final wording was much more anti-clerical than its promoter would have wished. End of footnote. And because he meant to reserve to himself the right of forcible intervention at the moment when his political interest required the disappearance of all disorder. In the precarious state of his authority in the country, he believed it possible to govern only by fear and by imposing himself as the supreme arbitrator in industrial disputes. Footnote. In a speech on June 21, 1907, Charles Benoit complains that the Dreyfus case had thrown discredit on reasons of state and had led the government to appeal to the elements of disorder in the nation in order to create order. End of footnote. Since 1884, Waldeck-Rousseau's plan had been to transform the syndicates into political criminal associations which could serve as auxiliaries to the democratic government. The syndicates were to play a part analogous to that played by the lodges, the latter being useful in spying on the officials, and the former designed to threatening the interest of those employers who are not on the side of the administration. The Freemasons being rewarded by decorations and favors given to their friends, the workmen being authorized to extract extra wages from their employers. This policy was simple and cheap. In order that this system may work properly, a certain moderation in the conduct of the workmen is necessary. Not only must violence be used with discretion, but the workmen's demands also must not exceed certain limits. The same principles must be applied in this case as in the case of the bribery of politicians. Everybody approves of that as long as the politicians are reasonable in their demands. People who are in business know that there is quite a complete art of bribery. Certain intermediaries have acquired a special skill in estimating the amount of the presents that should be offered to high officials or to deputies who can get bills passed. If financiers are almost always obliged to have recourse to the services of specialists, there is all the more reason why the workmen, who are quite unaccustomed to the customs of this world, must need intermediaries to fix the sum which they can exact from their employers without exceeding reasonable limits. Footnote. I suppose that no one is ignorant of the fact that no important undertaking is carried through without bribery. End of footnote. We are thus led to consider arbitration in an entirely new light and to understand it in a really scientific manner, since instead of allowing ourselves to be duped by abstractions, we shall explain it by means of the dominant ideas of middle-class society, who invented it, and who want to impose it on the workers. It would be evidently absurd to go into a pork butcher's shop, order him to sell us a ham at less than the marked price, and then ask him to submit the question to arbitration. But it is not absurd to promise to a group of employers the advantages to be derived from the fixity of wages for several years, and to ask the specialist what present remuneration this guarantee is worth. This remuneration may be considerable if business is expected to be good during that time. Instead of bribing some influential person, the employers raise their workmen's wages. From their point of view, there is no difference. As for the government, it becomes the benefactor of the people in hopes that it will do well in the elections. To the politician, the electoral advantages which result from a successful conciliation are worth more than a very large bribe. It is easy to understand now why all politicians have so great an admiration for arbitration. It is because an enterprise conducted without bribery is inconceivable to them. Many of our politicians are lawyers, and clients who confide their cases to them attach great weight to their parliamentary influence. It is for this reason that a former minister of justice is always sure of getting remunerative lawsuits, even when he is not very talented, because he has means of influencing the magistrates, with whose failings he is very familiar, and whom he could ruin if he wished. The great political advocates are sought out by financiers who have serious difficulties to overcome in the law courts, who are accustomed to bribe on a large scale and in consequence pay royally. The world of employers thus appears to our rulers as a world of adventurers, gamblers, and parasites of the stock exchange. They consider that this rich and criminal class must expect to submit from time to time to the demands of other social groups. Their conception of the ideal capitalist society would be a compromise between conflicting appetites under the auspices of political lawyers. Footnote. I borrow from a celebrated novel by Léon Daudet a description of the character of the barrister Malherbe. Quote, "The latter was a curious character, tall, thin, of a well-set-up figure surmounted by a head like a dead fish, green, impenetrable eyes, oiled and flattened hair, his whole appearance being frozen and rigid. He had chosen the profession of a barrister as being one which would supply his own and his wife's need of money. He took part chiefly in financial cases on account of the large profit to be made out of them, and of the secrets he learned from them. He was employed in such cases on account of his semi-political, semi-judicial relations, which always secured him victory in any case he pleaded. He charged fabulous fees. What he was paid for was certain acquittal. This man then had enormous power. He gave one the impression of a bandit armed for social life and sure of impunity." End quote. Les Morticots, pages 287 to 288. It is clear that many of these traits are copied from those of the man the socialists so often called the Eiffel barrister, before they made him the demigod of Republican defense. In the Panama affair, Eiffel was prosecuted for having illegally appropriated a large sum. Waldeck-Rousseau defended him in the law courts. Translator's note. End of footnote. The Catholics would not be sorry, now they are in opposition, to find support in the working classes. It is not only flattery that they address to the workers, in order to convince them that it would be greatly to their advantage to abandon the socialist. They also would very much like to organize political criminal associations, just as Waldeck-Rousseau hoped to do 20 years ago, but the results they have obtained up till now have been very moderate. Their aim is to save the church, and they think that the well-disposed capitalists might sacrifice a part of their profits to give to the Christian syndicates the concessions necessary to assure the success of this religious policy. A well-informed Catholic who interests himself in social questions lately told me that in a few years the workers would be obliged to recognize that their prejudices against the church had no foundation. I think that he deluded himself as much as Waldeck Rousseau did when, in 1884, he regarded the idea of a revolutionary federation of syndicates as ridiculous. But the material interest of the church so blinds Catholics that they are capable of every kind of stupidity. The social Catholics, footnote, the Catholiques, so son, form a definite party. Demuth has been for a long time the recognized leader of the party and still exercises considerable influence, translator's note. End of footnote. Have a way of looking at economic questions that makes them resemble our vilest politicians very closely. In fact, it is difficult for the clerical world to conceive that things can happen otherwise than by grace, favoritism, and bribery. I've often heard a lawyer say that a priest can never be made to understand that certain actions which the code never punished are nevertheless villainies, and I have been told by a bishop's lawyer that while a clientele composed of convents is an excellent one, yet at the same time it is very dangerous, because convents frequently want fraudulent deeds drawn up. Many people, seeing during the last 15 years so many gorgeous monuments erected by the religious congregations, have wondered if a wave of madness was not passing over the church. They are unaware that these building operations enable a crowd of pious rascals to live at the expense of the church treasury. The imprudence of those congregations which persist in carrying on long and costly lawsuits against the public treasury has often been pointed out, for such tactics enable the radicals to work up a lively agitation against the monks by denouncing the avarice of people who claim to have taken vows of poverty. But these lawsuits make plenty of business for the army of pious rascality. I do not think I am exaggerating when I say that more than a third of the fortune of the church has been wasted for the benefit of these vampires. A widespread dishonesty therefore prevails in the Catholic world, which leads the devout to believe that economic conditions depend chiefly on the caprices of the people who hold the purse. Everybody who has profited by an unexpected gain, and all profit from capital is an unexpected gain to them. Footnote, I do not think that there exists a class less capable of understanding the economics of production than the priests. End of footnote. Ought to share the profit with those people who have a right to his affection or to his esteem. First of all, the priests. Footnote. In Turkey, when a high palace dignitary receives a bribe, the Sultan takes the money and then gives a certain proportion of it back to his employee. What proportion is given back depends on the Sultan's disposition at the moment. The Sultan's ethical code in these matters is also that of our Catholic social reform group. End of footnote. And then their parishioners. If he does not respect this obligation, he is a rascal, a Freemason, or a Jew. No violence is too great to be used against such an imp of Satan. When priests, then, are heard using revolutionary language, we need not take them literally and believe that these vehement orators have socialistic sentiments. It simply indicates that the capitalists have not been sufficiently generous. Here again, then, there is a case for arbitration. Recourse must be had to men with great experience of life in order to ascertain exactly what sacrifices the rich must submit to on behalf of the poor dependents of the church. End of section 21. Section 22, Chapter 6, Part 4 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 6, The Ethics of Violence, Part 4. The study we have just made has not led us to think that the theorists of social peace are on the way to an ethic worthy of acknowledgement. We now pass to a counterproof and inquire whether proletarian violence might not be capable of producing the effect in vain expected from tactics of moderation. First of all, it must be noticed that modern philosophers seem to agree in demanding a kind of sublimity from the ethics of the future, which will distinguish it from the petty and insipid morality of the Catholics. The chief thing with which the theologians are reproached is that they make too great use of the conception of probabilism. Nothing seems more absurd, not to say more scandalous, to contemporary philosophers than to count the opinions which have been admitted for and against a maxim in order to find out whether we ought to shape our conduct by it or not. Professor Durkheim said recently at the Société Française de Philosophie, February 11, 1906, that it would be impossible to suppress the religious element in ethics, and that what characterized this element was its incommensurability with other human values. He recognized that his sociological researches led him to conclusions very near those of Kant. He asserted that utilitarian morality had misunderstood the problem of duty and obligation. I do not want to discuss these here. I simply cite them to show to what point the character of the sublime impresses itself on authors who, by the nature of their work, would seem the least inclined to accept it. No writer has defined more forcibly than Proudhon the principles of that morality which modern times have in vain sought to realize. To feel and to assert the dignity of man, he says, quote, first in everything in connection with ourselves, then in the person of our neighbor, and that without a shadow of egoism, without any consideration either of divine or communal sanction, therein lies right. To be ready to defend that dignity in every circumstance with energy, and, if necessary, against oneself, that is justice. End quote. Footnote. Proudhon. De la justice dans la révolution et dans l'Église. Volume 1, page 216. End of footnote. Clemenceau, who doubtless can hardly be said to make a personal use of this morality, expresses the same thought when he writes, quote, without the dignity of the human person, without independence, liberty, and justice, life is but a bestial state not worth the trouble of preserving. End quote. Aurore, May 12, 1905. One well-founded reproach has been brought against Proudhon, as well as against many others of the great moralists. It has been said that his maxims were admirable, but that they were doomed to remain ineffective. And in fact, experience does prove, unfortunately, that those precepts which the historians of ideas call the most elevated precepts are, as a rule, entirely ineffective. This was evident in the case of the Stoics. It was no less remarkable in Kantism, and it does not seem as if the practical influence of Proudhon has been very noticeable. In order that a man may suppress the tendencies against which morality struggles, he must have in himself some source of conviction which must dominate his whole consciousness and act before the calculations of reflection have time to enter his mind. It may even be said that all the fine arguments by which authors hope to induce men to act morally are more likely to lead them down the slope of probabilism. As soon as we consider an act to be accomplished, we are led to ask ourselves if there is not some means of escaping the strict obligations of duty. Comte supposed that human nature would change in the future, and that the cerebral organs which produce altruism would destroy those which produce egoism. In saying this, he very likely bore in mind the fact that moral decision is instantaneous, and, like instinct, comes from the depth of man's nature. At times, Proudhon is reduced, like Kant, to appeal to a kind of scholasticism for an explanation of the paradox of moral law. Quote, to feel himself in others to the point of sacrificing every other interest to the sentiment, to demand for others the same respect as for himself, and to be angry with the unworthy creature who suffers others to be lacking in respect for him, as if the care of his dignity did not concern himself alone. Such a faculty at first sight seems a strange one. There is a tendency in every man to develop and force the acceptance of that which is essentially himself, which is in fact his own dignity. It results from this that the essential in man being identical and one for all humanity, each of us is aware of himself at the same time as individual and as species, and that an insult is felt by a third party and by the offender himself, as well as by the injured person, that in consequence the protest is common. This precisely is what is meant by justice. End quote. Footnote. Proudhon, L'Occident, pages 216 to 217. End of footnote. Religious ethics claim to possess this sort of action, which is wanting in lay ethics. Footnote. Proudhon thinks that this was also lacking in pagan antiquity. Quote, during several centuries, polytheistic societies had customs, but no ethics. In the absence of a morality solidly based on principles, the customs gradually disappeared. End quote. L'Occident, page 173. End of footnote. But here it is necessary to make a distinction if an error, into which so many authors have fallen, is to be avoided. The great mass of Christians do not carry out the real Christian ethic, that which the philosopher considers as really peculiar to their religion. Worldly people who profess Catholicism are chiefly preoccupied with probabilism, mechanical rites, and proceedings more or less related to magic, and which are calculated to assure their present and future happiness in spite of their sins. Footnote. Heinrich Heine claims that the Catholicism of a wife is a very good thing for her husband, because the wife is never oppressed by the burden of her sins. After confession, she begins again to chatter and laugh. Moreover, there is no danger of her relating her sin. L'Allemagne, 2nd edition, Volume 2, page 322. End of footnote. Theoretical Christianity has never been a religion suited to worldly people. The doctors of the spiritual life have always reasoned about those people who were able to escape from the conditions of ordinary life. When the Council of Gongres in 325, said Renaud, quote, declared that the gospel maxims about poverty, the renunciation of family and virginity were not intended for the ordinary Christian, the perfectionists made places apart where the evangelical life, too lofty for the common run of men, could be practiced in all its rigor. End quote. His remarks, moreover, were justly that the, quote, monastery took the place of martyrdom so that the precepts of Jesus might be carried out somewhere. End quote. Footnote. Renaud, Marc Aurèle, page 558. End of footnote. But he does not push this comparison far enough. The lives of the great hermits were a material struggle against the infernal powers which pursue them even to the desert. Footnote. Catholic saints do not struggle against abstractions, but often against apparitions which present themselves with all the signs of reality. Luther also had to fight the devil, at whom he threw his inkpot. End of footnote. And this struggle was to continue that which the martyrs had waged against their adversaries. These facts show us the way to a right understanding of the nature of lofty moral convictions. These never depend on reasoning or on any education of the individual will, but on a state of war in which men voluntarily participate and which finds expression in well-defined myths. In Catholic countries, the monks carry on the struggle against the prince of evil who triumphs in this world and would subdue them to his will. In Protestant countries, small fanatical sects take the place of the monasteries. Footnote. Renaud, L'Occident, page 627. End of footnote. These are the battlefields which enable Christian morality to hold its own, with that character of sublimity which today still fascinates many minds and gives it sufficient luster to beget in the community a few pale imitations. When one considers a less accentuated state of the Christian ethic, one is struck by seeing to what extent it depends on strife. Le Play, who was an excellent Catholic, often contrasted, to the great scandal of his co-religionists, the solidity of the religious convictions he met with in countries of mixed religions, with the spirit of inactivity which prevails in the countries exclusively submitted to the influence of Rome. Among the Protestant peoples, the more vigorously the established church is assailed by dissident sects, the greater the moral fervor developed. We thus see that conviction is founded on the competition of communions, each of which regards itself as the army of truth fighting the armies of evil. In such conditions, it is possible to find sublimity. But when religious warfare is much weakened, probabilism, mechanical rites having a certain resemblance to magic, take the first place. We can point out quite similar phenomena in the history of modern liberal ideas. For a long while, our fathers regarded from an almost religious point of view the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which seems to us nowadays only a colorless collection of abstract and confused formulas, without any great practical bearing. This was due to the fact that formidable struggles had been undertaken on account of the institutions which originated in this document. The clerical party asserted that it would demonstrate the fundamental error of liberalism. Everywhere it organized fighting societies intended to enforce its authority on the people and on the government. It boasted that it would be able to destroy the defenders of the revolution before long. At the time when Proudhon wrote his book on justice, the conflict was far from being ended. Thus, the whole book is written in a warlike tone astonishing to the reader of today. The author speaks as if he were a veteran in the wars of liberty. He would be revenged on the temporary conquerors who threatened the acquisitions of the revolution. He announces the dawn of the great revolt. Proudhon hopes that the duel will be soon, that the forces will be met with their whole strength, and that there will be a Napoleonic battle, finally destroying the opponent. He often speaks in a language which would be appropriate to an epic. He did not perceive that when later on his belligerent ideas had disappeared, his abstract reasonings would seem weak. There is a ferment all through his soul which colors it and gives a hidden meaning to his thought, very far removed from this scholastic sense. The savage fury with which the church proceeded against Proudhon's book shows that the clerical camp had exactly the same conception of the nature and consequences of the conflict as he had. As long as the sublime imposed itself in this way on the modern spirit, it seemed possible to create a lay and democratic ethic. But in our time, such an enterprise would seem almost comic. Everything has changed now that the clericals no longer seem formidable. There are no longer any liberal convictions, since the liberals have ceased to be animated by their former warlike passions. Nowadays, everything is in such confusion that the priests claim to be the best of Democrats. They have adopted the Marseillaise as their party hymn, and if a little persuasion is exerted, they will have illuminations on the anniversary of August 10th, 1792. Sublimity has vanished from the ethics of both parties, giving place to a morality of extraordinary meanness. Kautsky is evidently right when he asserts that in our time the advancement of the workers has depended on the revolutionary spirit. At the end of a study on social reform and revolution, he says, quote, "It is hopeless to try, by means of moral homilies, to inspire the English workman with a more exalted conception of life, a feeling of nobler effort. The ethics of the proletarian spring from its revolutionary aspirations. These are what give it the greatest force and elevation. It is the idea of revolution which has raised the proletariat from its degradation." End quote. Footnote. Karl Kautsky, La Révolution Sociale, French translation, pages 123 to 124. I have pointed out elsewhere that the decay of the revolutionary idea in the minds of former militants who have become moderate seems to be accompanied by a moral decadence that I have compared to that which, as a rule, one finds in the case of a priest who has lost his faith. In Segment Sociale, pages 344 to 345. End of footnote. It is clear that for Kautsky, Morality is always subordinate to the idea of sublimity. The socialist point of view is quite different from that of former democratic literature. Our fathers believed that the nearer man approached nature, the better he was, and that a man of the people was a sort of savage. That consequently, the lower we descend, the more virtue we find. The Democrats have many times, in support of this idea, called attention to the fact that during revolutions, the poorest people have often given the finest examples of heroism. They explain this by taking for granted that these obscure heroes were true children of nature. I explain it by saying that these men being engaged in a war which was bound to end in their triumph or their enslavement, the sentiment of sublimity was bound to be engendered by the conditions of their struggle. As a rule, during a revolution, the higher classes show themselves in a particularly unfavorable light. For this reason, that, belonging to a defeated army, they experience the feelings of conquered people, suppliant, or about to capitulate. When working class circles are reasonable, as the professional sociologists wish them to be, when conflicts are confined to disputes about material interest, there is no more opportunity for heroism than when agricultural syndicates discuss the subject of the price of guano with manure merchants. It has never been thought that discussions about prices could possibly exercise any ethical influence on men. The experience of sales of livestock would lead to the supposition that in such cases, those interested are led to admire cunning rather than good faith. The ethical values recognized by horse dealers have never passed for very elevated. Among the important things accomplished by agricultural syndicates, de Roquigny reports that in 1896, quote, the municipality of Marmande, having wanted to impose on beasts brought to the fair a tax which the cattle breeders considered iniquitous, the breeders struck and stopped supplying the market of Marmande, with such effect that the municipality found itself forced to give in. End quote. Footnote. De Roquigny, Opsit, pages 379 to 380. I'm curious to know how exactly a tax can be iniquitous. These worthy progressives speak a special language. End of footnote. This was a very peaceful procedure which produced results profitable to the peasants, but it is quite clear that nothing ethical was involved in such a dispute. When politicians intervene, there is almost necessarily a noticeable lowering of ethical standards, because they do nothing for nothing and only act on condition that the favored association becomes one of their customers. We are very far here from the path of sublimity. We are on that which leads to the practices of the political criminal societies. In the opinion of many well-informed people, the transition from violence to cunning, which shows itself in contemporary strikes in England, cannot be too much admired. The great object of the trades unions is to obtain a recognition of the right to employ threats disguised in diplomatic formulas. They desire that their delegates should not be interfered with when going the round of workshops charged with the mission of bringing those workmen who wish to work to understand that it would be to their interest to follow the directions of the trade unions. They consent to express their desires in a form which will be perfectly clear to the listener, but which could be represented in a court of justice as a solidarist sermon. Footnote. This is a reference to the solidarist doctrine, invented by Buisson. The interests of the classes are not opposed, and the more wealthy have their duties toward the poorer. Translator's note. End of footnote. I protest I cannot see what is so admirable in these tactics, which are worthy of Escobar. In the past, the Catholics have often employed similar methods of intimidation against the liberals. I understand this perfectly well why so many worthy progressives admire the trades unions, but the morality of the worthy progressives does not seem to me very much to be admired. It is true that for a long time in England, violence has been void of all revolutionary character. Whether corporative advantages are pursued by means of blows or by craft, there is not much difference between the two methods. Yet, the pacific tactics of the trades unions indicate an hypocrisy which would be better left to the, quote, well-intentioned progressives, End quote. In a country where the conception of the general strike exists, the blows exchanged between workmen and representatives of the middle classes have an entirely different import. Their consequences are far-reaching, and they may beget heroism. I am convinced that in order to understand part, at any rate, of the dislike that Bernstein's doctrines rouse in German social democracy, we must bear in mind these conclusions about the nature of the sublime in ethics. The German has been brought up on sublimity to an extraordinary extent, first by the literature connected with the Wars of Independence. Footnote. Renan even wrote, quote, "The War of 1813 to 1815 is the only one of our century that had anything epic and elevated about it. It corresponded to a movement of ideas and had a real intellectual significance. A man who had taken part in this great struggle told me that, awakened by the cannonade on the first night that he passed with the volunteer troops collected in Silesia, he felt that he was witnessing an immense divine service." End quote. Essai de morale et de critique, page 116. Compare Manzoni's ode entitled Mars, 1821, dedicated to, quote, "the illustrious memory of Theodor Kerner, poet and soldier of German independence, and killed on the field of battle at Leipzig, a name dear to all those peoples who are struggling to defend or to reconquer their fatherland." End quote. Our own wars of liberty were also epic, but they have not been so well written up as the War of 1813. End of footnote. Then by the revival of the taste for the old national songs, which followed these wars, then by a philosophy which pursues aims very far removed from sordid considerations. It must also be remembered that the victory of 1871 has considerably contributed toward giving Germans of every class a feeling of confidence in their strength that is not to be found to the same degree in this country at the present time. Compare, for instance, the German Catholic Party with the chicken-hearted creatures who form the clientele of the Church in France. Our clergy only think of humiliating themselves before their adversaries and are quite happy, provided that there are plenty of evening parties during the winter. They have no recollection of services which are rendered to them. Footnote. Drummond has often denounced this state of mind of the fashionable religious world. End of footnote. The German Socialist Party drew its strength particularly from the catastrophic idea everywhere spread by its propagandists, and which was taken very seriously as long as the Bismarckian persecutions maintained a warlike spirit in the groups. This spirit was so strong in the masses that they have not yet succeeded in understanding thoroughly that their leaders are anything but revolutionaries. When Bernstein, who was too intelligent not to know what was the real spirit of his friends on the directing committee, announced that the grandiose hopes which had been raised must be given up, there was a moment of stupefaction. Very few people understood that Bernstein's declarations were courageous and honest actions, intended to make the language of socialism accord more with the real facts. If hereafter it was necessary to be content with the policy of social reform, the parliamentary parties and the ministry would have to be negotiated with. That is, it would be necessary to behave exactly as the middle classes did. This appeared monstrous to men who had been brought up on a catastrophic theory of socialism. Many times have the tricks of the middle-class politicians been denounced, their astuteness contrasted with the candor and disinterestedness of the socialist, and the large element of artificiality and expediency in their attitude of opposition pointed out. It could never have been imagined that the disciples of Marx might follow in the footsteps of the liberals. With the new policy, heroic characters, sublimity, and convictions disappear. The Germans thought that the world was turned upside down. It is plain that Bernstein was absolutely right in not wanting to keep up a revolutionary semblance, which was in contradiction with the real state of mind of the party. He did not find in his own country the elements which existed in France and Italy. He saw no other way, then, of keeping socialism on a basis of reality than that of suppressing all that was deceptive in a revolutionary program which the leaders no longer believed in. Kautsky, on the contrary, wanted to preserve the veil which hid from the workmen the real activity of the Socialist Party. In this way, he achieved much success among the politicians, but more than anyone else, he has helped to intensify the socialist crisis in Germany. The ideas of socialism cannot be kept intact by diluting the phrases of Marx in verbose commentaries, but by continually adapting the spout of Marx to facts which are capable of assuming a revolutionary aspect. The general strike alone can produce this result at the present day. One serious question must now be asked. Why is it that in certain countries, acts of violence grouping themselves around the idea of the general strike produce a socialist ideology capable of inspiring sublimity, and why in others do they seem not to have that power? Here, national traditions play a great part. The examination of this problem would perhaps help to throw a strong light on the genesis of ideas, but we will not deal with it here. End of section 22. Section 23, Chapter 7, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 7, The Ethics of the Producers, Part 1. Header Note 1. Morality and Religion. Contempt of democracies for morality. Ethical preoccupations of the New School. 2. Renan's uneasiness about the future of the world, his conjectures, the need of the sublime. 3. Nietzsche's ethics, the role of the family in the genesis of morality. Proudhon's theory, the ethics of Aristotle. 4. Kautsky's hypothesis, analogies between the spirit of the general strike and that of the wars of liberty. Fear inspired in the parliamentarians by the spirit. 5. The artisan employed in progressive and inventive production, the artist and the soldier in the wars of liberty, desire to surpass previous models, care for exactitude, abandonment of the idea of exact recompense. End of header note. 50 years ago, Proudhon pointed out the necessity of giving the people a morality which would fit new needs. The first chapter of the preliminary discourses placed at the beginning of Justice in the Revolution and in the Church is entitled, quote, The State of Morals in the 19th Century, Invasion of Moral Skepticism, Society in Danger, What is the Remedy? End quote. There one reads these noteworthy sentences, quote, France has lost its morals. Not that, as a matter of fact, the men of our generation are worse than their fathers. When I say that France has lost its morals, I mean that it has ceased to believe in the very principles of morality, a very different thing. She has no longer moral intelligence or conscience. She has almost lost the idea of morals itself. As a result of continual criticism, we have come to this melancholy conclusion that right and wrong, between which we formerly thought we were able to distinguish dogmatically, are now vague and indeterminate conventional terms. That all these words, right, duty, morality, virtue, etc., of which the pulpit and the school talk so much, serve to cover nothing but pure hypotheses, vain utopias, and unprovable prejudices. That thus ordinary social behavior, which is apparently governed by some sort of human respect or by convention, is in reality arbitrary. End quote. Footnote. Proudhon. De la justice dans la révolution et dans l'Église. Volume 1, page 70. End of footnote. However, he did not think that contemporary society was mortally wounded. He believed that since the Revolution, humanity had acquired an idea of justice which was sufficiently clear to enable it to triumph over temporary lapses. By this conception of the future, he separated himself completely from what was to become the most fundamental idea of contemporary official socialism, which sneers at morality. Quote, "This juridical faith, this science of right and duty, which we seek everywhere in vain, that the Church has never possessed, and without which it is impossible for us to live, I say that the Revolution created all its principles. That these principles, unknown to us, rule and uphold us, but while at the bottom of our hearts affirming them, we shrink from them through prejudice, and it is this infidelity to ourselves that makes our moral poverty and servitude." End quote. Footnote. Proudhon, Loxit, page 74. By juridical faith, Proudhon here understands a triple faith, which dominates the family, contracts, and political relations. The first is, quote, "the conception of the mutual dignity of husband and wife, which, raising them above the level of the senses, renders them more sacred to the other even than dear, and makes their fertile community a religion for them, sweeter than love itself." End quote. The second, quote, "raising the mind above egoistical appetites, is made happier by respect for the right of another than by its own fortune." End quote. Without the third, quote, "citizens submitting to the attraction of individualism could not form, whatever they did, anything other than a mere aggregate of incoherent and repulsive existences that the first wind will disperse like dust." End quote. Loxit, pages 72 to 73. In the strict sense of the word, juridical faith would be the second of the three. End of footnote. He maintains the possibility of bringing light to our minds, of presenting what he calls, quote, "the exegesis of the Revolution." End quote. In order to do this, he examines history, showing how humanity has never ceased to strive towards justice, how religion has been the cause of corruption, and how, quote, "the French Revolution, by bringing about the predominance of the juridical principle over the religious principle, opens a new epoch, an entirely contrary order of things, the different elements of which it is now our task to determine." End quote. Footnote. Proudhon, Loxit, page 93. End of footnote. Whatever may happen in the future to our worn-out race, he says at the end of this discourse, quote, "posterity will recognize that the third age of humanity," footnote. The first two epochs are those of paganism and of Christianity. End of footnote. Has its start in the French Revolution, that an understanding of this new law has been given to some of us in all its fullness, that we have not been found quite wanting in the practice of it, and that to perish in this sublime childbirth was, after all, not without grandeur. At that hour the revolution became clear. Then it lived. The rest of the nation, i.e., those who had not understood the revolution, does not think at all. Will that part which lives and thinks be suppressed by that which does not? End quote. Footnote. Proudhon, Loxit, page 104. End of footnote. I said in the preceding chapter that the whole doctrine of Proudhon was subordinated to revolutionary enthusiasm, and that his enthusiasm has been extinct since the Church has ceased to be formidable. Thus, there is nothing astonishing in the fact that the undertaking which Proudhon considered so easy, the creation of a morality absolutely free from all religious belief, seems very uncertain to many of our contemporaries. I find a proof of this way of thinking in a speech by Combes, delivered during a discussion of the budget of public worship, January 26, 1903. Quote, "At the present moment, we look upon the moral ideas taught by the Church as necessary ideas. For my part, I find it difficult to accept the idea of a society composed of philosophers like M. Allard." Footnote. This deputy had made a very anti-clerical speech from which I quote this curious idea that, quote, "the Jewish religion was the most clerical of all religions, possessing the most sectarian and narrowest type of clericalism." End quote. A little before this, he said, quote, "I myself am not an anti-Semite, and only make one reproach to the Jews, that of having poisoned Aryan thought, so elevated and broad, with Hebraic monotheism." End quote. He demanded the introduction of the history of religions into the curriculum of primary schools in order to ruin the authority of the church. According to him, the Socialist Party saw in, quote, "the intellectual emancipation of the masses the necessary preface to the progress and social evolution of societies." End quote. Is it not rather the contrary which is true? Does not this speech prove that there is an anti-Semitism in free-thinking circles quite as narrow and badly informed as that of the clericals? End of footnote. Whose primary education would have sufficiently guaranteed them against the perils and trials of life. End quote. Combes is not the kind of man to have ideas of his own. He reproduced an opinion current in his circle. This declaration created a great commotion in the chamber. All the deputies who prided themselves on their knowledge of philosophy took part in the debate. As Combes had referred to the superficial and narrow instruction of our primary schools, F. Buisson felt that as the leading pedagogue of the Third Republic, he ought to protest. "The education that we give to the child of the people," he said, quote, "is not a half education. It is the very flower and fruit of civilization gathered during the centuries from among many peoples in the religions and legal systems of all ages and of all mankind." End quote. An ethic of this abstract kind must be entirely devoid of efficacy. I remember having read, in a manual by Paul Bert, that the fundamental principles of morality are based on the teachings of Zoroaster and the constitution of the year 3. These do not seem to me the kind of principles which would be powerful enough to influence a man's conduct. It might be imagined that the university had arranged its present program in the hope of imposing moral conduct on its pupils by means of the repetition of precepts. Moral courses are multiplied to such an extent that one might ask oneself if, with a slight difference, the well-known verse of Boileau might not be applied. Aimez-vous la muscade? On en a mis partout. Footnote. So do like musk? It has been put everywhere. End of footnote. I do not think that there are many people who share the naive confidence of F. Buisson and the members of the university in this ethic. Exactly like Combes, G. de Molinari believes that it is necessary to have recourse to religion, which promises men a reward in the other world, and which is thus, quote, "the surety of justice." It is religion which, in the infancy of humanity, raised the edifice of morality. It is religion which supports and which alone can support it. Such are the functions which religion has filled and which it continues to fill, and which, unpleasant as it may be to the apostles of independent morality, constitute its usefulness. End quote. Footnote. G. de Molinari. Science et Religion, page 94. End of footnote. Quote, "We must look for help to a more powerful and more active instrument than the interests of society to effect those reforms demonstrated by political economy to be necessary, and this instrument can only be found in the religious sentiment associated with the sentiment of justice." End quote. Footnote. G. de Molinari, opposite, page 198. End of footnote. G. de Molinari expresses himself in intentionally vague terms. He seems to regard religion as do many modern Catholics, of the Bruni-Thiers type, that is, as a means of social government, which must be suited to the needs of the different classes. People of the higher classes have always considered that they had less need of moral discipline than their subordinates, and it is by making this fine discovery the basis of their theology that the Jesuits have had so much success in contemporary middle classes. Our author distinguishes 4 motive forces capable of assuring the accomplishment of duty. Quote, "the power of society invested in the governmental organism, the power of public opinion, the power of the individual conscience, and the power of religion." End quote. And he considers that this spiritual mechanism perceptibly lags behind the material mechanism. Footnote. G. de Molinari, Op. Cit., page 61. End of footnote. The two first motive forces may have some influence on capitalists, but none in the workshop. For the workers, the last two motive forces are alone effective, and they will become every day more important on account of, quote, the growth of responsibility in those who are charged with the direction and surveillance of the working of machinery, end quote. Footnote. G. de Molinari, Op. Cit., page 54. End of footnote. But according to Molinari, we could not conceive the power of the individual conscience without that of religion. Footnote. G. de Molinari, Op. Cit., pages 87 and 93. End of footnote. I believe then that G. de Molinari would be inclined to approve of the employers who protect religious institutions. He would only, however, like it done with a little more circumspection than Chagot used at Mansola mines. Footnote. I have already mentioned that in 1883, Y. Guillot violently denounced the conduct of Chagot, who placed his workmen under the direction of the priests and forced them to go to Mass. Morale, page 183. End of footnote. The socialists for a long time have been greatly prejudiced against morality on account of these Catholic institutions that the large employers established for their workpeople. It seemed to them that, in our capitalist society, morality was only a means of assuring the docility of workmen, who are kept in the fear created by superstition. The literature which the middle class have admired for so long describes conduct so outrageous, so scandalous even, that it is difficult to credit the rich classes with sincerity when they speak of inculcating morality in the people. The Marxists had a particular reason for showing themselves suspicious in all that concerned ethics. The propagators of social reforms, the utopists and the Democrats, had so abused the idea of justice that it was only reasonable to consider all discussions on such a subject as an exercise in rhetoric or as sophistry intended to mislead those who were interested in the working class movement. That is why, several years ago, Rosa Luxemburg called the idea of justice, quote, this old post horse, on which all the regenerators of the world, deprived of surer means of locomotion, have ridden. This ungainly Rosinante, mounted on which so many Quixotes of history have gone in search of the great reform of the world, bringing back from these journeys nothing but black eyes. End quote. Footnote. Mouvement Socialiste, June 15, 1889, page 649. End of footnote. From these sarcasms about a fantastic justice springing from the imagination of utopists, they often used to pass too easily to coarse facetiousness about the most ordinary morality. A rather sordid selection could easily be made of paradoxes supported by the official Marxists on this subject. Lafargue distinguishes himself particularly from this point of view. Footnote. See, for example, the Socialiste of June 30th, 1901, quote, as in a communist society, the morals which clogs the brains of the civilized will have vanished like a frightful nightmare, perhaps to be replaced by another ethic, which will incite women to flutter about like butterflies, to use Charles Fourier's expression, instead of submitting to being the property of a male. In savage tribes and among barbarous communists, women are much more honored when they distribute their favors to a great number of lovers. End quote. End of footnote. The principal reason which prevented the socialists from studying ethical problems as they deserved was the democratic superstition which has dominated them for so long and which has led them to believe that above everything else, the aim of their actions must be the acquisition of seats in political assemblies. From the moment one has anything to do with elections, it is necessary to submit to certain general conditions which impose themselves unavoidably on all parties in every country and at all times. If one is convinced that the future of the world depends on the electoral program, on compromises between influential men and on the sale of privileges, it is not possible to pay much attention to the moral constraints which prevent a man going on in the direction of his most obvious interests. Experience shows that in all countries where democracy can develop its nature freely, the most scandalous corruption is displayed without anyone thinking it even necessary to conceal his rascality. Tammany Hall of New York has always been cited as the most perfect type of democratic life, and in the majority of our large towns, politicians are found who ask for nothing better than to follow the paths of their confrères in America. So long as a man is faithful to his party, he only commits peccadillos. But if he is unwise enough to abandon it, he is immediately discovered to have the most shameful vices. It would not be difficult to show, by means of well-known examples, that our parliamentary socialists practice this singular morality with a certain amount of cynicism. There is a great resemblance between the electoral democracy and the stock exchange. In one case, as in the other, it is necessary to work upon the simplicity of the masses, to buy the cooperation of the most important papers, and to assist chance by an infinity of trickery. There is not a great deal of difference between a financier who puts big-sounding concerns on the market, which come to grief in a few years, and the politician who promises an infinity of reforms to the citizens which he does not know how to bring about. Footnote. On June 21, 1907, Clemenceau, replying to Milleran, told him that in introducing the bill to establish old age pensions without concerning himself with where the money was to come from, he had not acted as, quote, a statesman, nor even as a responsible person, end quote. Milleran's reply is quite characteristic of the pride of the political parvenu. Quote, don't talk about things that you know nothing about, end quote. Of what, then, does he himself speak? End of footnote. And which resolve themselves simply into an accumulation of parliamentary papers. Neither one nor the other know anything about production, and yet they manage to obtain control over it, to misdirect and exploit it shamelessly. They are dazzled by the marvels of modern industry, and it is their private opinion that the world is so rich that they can rob it on a large scale without causing any great outcry among the producers. The great art of the financier and the politician is to be able to bleed the taxpayer without bringing him to the point of revolt. Democrats and businessmen have quite a special science for the purpose of making the deliberative assemblies approve of their swindling. The parliaments are as packed as shareholders' meetings. It is probable that they both understand each other as perfectly as they do because of profound psychological affinities resulting from these methods of operation. Democracy is the paradise of which unscrupulous financiers dream. The disheartening spectacle presented to the world by these financial and political parasites. Footnote. I am pleased here to be able to support myself in the incontestable authority of Jean Richard, who, in the Petite République, on March 19, 1903, denounced the, quote, intriguers, people who wish to get on at all cost, starvelings and ladies' men who are only after the spoils, end quote, and who at that time were trying to bring about the fall of the Combes ministry. From the following number, we see that he is speaking of Waldeck Rousseau's friends, who, like him, were opposed to the destruction of the congregations. End of footnote. Explains the success which anarchist writers have had for so long. These latter founded their hopes on the regeneration of the world, on the intellectual progress of individuals. They never ceased urging the workmen to educate themselves, to realize more fully their dignity as men, and to show their devotion to their comrades. This attitude was imposed on them by their principles. In fact, how was the formation of a society of free men conceivable if it was not taken for granted that individuals had not already acquired the capacity of guiding themselves? Politicians assert that this is a very naive idea, and that the world will enjoy all the happiness it can desire on the day when messengers of the new gospel are able to profit from the advantages that power procures. Nothing will be impossible for a state which turns the editors of humanity into princes. If in that time it is considered useful to have free men, they will be manufactured by a few good laws. but it is doubtful if the friends and shareholders of Jaurès will find that necessary. It will be sufficient for them if they have servants and taxpayers. The new school is rapidly differentiating itself from official socialism in recognizing the necessity of the improvement of morals. Footnote. This is what Benedetto Croce pointed out in the Critica of July 17, 1907, pages 317 to 319. This writer is well known in Italy as a remarkably acute critic and philosopher. End of footnote. It is thus customary for the dignitaries of parliamentary socialism to accuse it of anarchical tendencies. For my part, I should not object to acknowledge myself as an anarchist in this respect, since parliamentary socialism professes a contempt for morality equaled only by that which the vilest representatives of the stockbroking middle class have for it. The new school also has sometimes been reproached with returning to the dreams of the utopists. This criticism shows how much our adversaries misunderstand the works of the old socialists, as well as the present situation. The aim of the early socialists was to build up ethical ideas capable of influencing the feelings of the upper classes in such a way as to make them sympathize with those who in pity are called the disinherited classes, and of inducing them to make some sacrifice in favor of their unfortunate brethren. The writers of that time picture the manufactory of the future in a very different light from that which it may have in a society of proletarians carrying on industry in a technically progressive and inventive way. They suppose that it might resemble drawing rooms in which ladies meet to do embroidery. In this way, they gave a middle-class setting to the mechanism of production. Finally, they credited the proletariat with feelings closely resembling those which 18th and 19th century explorers attributed to savages: goodness, simplicity, and an anxiety to imitate a superior race of men. With such hypotheses, it was an easy matter to conceive an organization of peace and happiness. It was only necessary to make the rich better and the poorer class more enlightened. These two operations seemed easily realizable, and then the fusion of the drawing room and the factory, which has turned the heads of so many utopists, would be brought about. Footnote. In the New Harmony colony, founded by R. Owen, the work done was little and bad, but amusements were abundant. In 1826, the Duke of Saxe-Weimar was dazzled by the music and the balls. De Leon, Robert Owen, pages 247 to 268. End of footnote. The new school never conceives things on an idyllic Christian and middle-class model. It knows that the process of production requires entirely different qualities from those met with in the upper classes. It is only on account of the moral qualities which are necessary to improve production that it deals so much with ethical questions. The new school, then, resembles the economist much more than the utopist. Like G. de Molinari, it considers that the moral progress of the proletariat is as necessary as material improvement in machinery, if modern industry is to be lifted to the increasingly higher levels that technical science allows it to attain. But it descends farther than this author does into the depths of this problem, and does not content itself with vague recommendations about religious duty. Footnote. G. de Molinari appears to believe that a natural religion, like that of J. Rousseau or Robespierre, would suffice. We know today that such means have no moral efficacy. End of footnote. In its insatiable desire for reality, it tries to arrive at the real roots of this process of moral perfection, and desires to know how to create today the ethic of the producers of the future. End of section 23. Section 24, Chapter 7, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 7. The Ethics of the Producers, Part 2. At the beginning of any research on modern ethics, this question must be asked. Under what conditions is regeneration possible? The Marxists are absolutely right in laughing at the utopist and in maintaining that morality is never created by mild preaching, by the ingenious constructions of theorists, or by fine gestures. Proudhon, having neglected this problem, suffered from many illusions about the persistence of the forces which gave life to his own ethics. Experience was soon to prove that his undertaking was to remain fruitless. And if the contemporary world does not contain the roots of a new ethic, what will happen to it? The sighs of a whimpering middle class will not save it if it has forever lost its morality. Very shortly before his death, Renan was much engrossed with the ethical future of the world. Quote, "Moral values decline, that is a certainty. Sacrifice has almost disappeared. One can see the day coming when everything will be syndicalized." Footnote. Renan is complaining that the corporative associations dominate society too much. It is clear that he had had none of the veneration for the corporative spirit that so many contemporary idealists display. End of footnote. When organized selfishness will take the place of love and devotion, there will be strange upheavals. The two things which alone until now have resisted the decay of reverence, the army, footnote. He did not foresee that his son-in-law would agitate violently against the army in the Dreyfus affair, end of footnote, and the church will soon be swept away in the universal torrent, end quote. Footnote. Renan, Feuilles détachées, page 14, end of footnote. Renan showed a remarkable insight in writing this at the very moment when so many futile intellects were announcing the renaissance of idealism and foreseeing progressive tendencies in a church that was at length reconciled with the modern world. But all his life, Renan had been too favored by fortune not to be optimistic. He believed, therefore, that the evil of the future would consist simply in the necessity of passing through a bad period, and he added, quote, "No matter, the resources of humanity are infinite. The eternal designs will be fulfilled. The springs of life, ever forcing their way to the surface, will never be dried up." End quote. He had finished, several months before, the 5th volume of his History of the People of Israel, and this volume, having been printed from the unaltered manuscript, contains a more imperfect expression of his ideas on the subject. It is known that he corrected his proofs very carefully. We find in this the most gloomy presentiments. The author even questions whether humanity will ever attain its real end. Quote, "If this globe should happen not to fulfill its purpose, there will be others to carry on to its final end the program of all life, light, reason, and truth." End quote. Footnote. Renan, Histoire du peuple d'Israël, Volume 5, page 421. End of footnote. The times to come frightened him. Quote, "The immediate future is dark. The triumph of light is not assured." End quote. He dreaded socialism, and there is no doubt that by socialism he meant the humanitarian idiocy which he saw emerging in the stupid middle-class world. It was in this way that he came to think that Catholicism might perhaps be the accomplice of socialism. Footnote. Renan, L'Occident, page 420. End of footnote. On the same page, he speaks of the divisions which may exist in a society, and this is of considerable importance. Quote, "Judea and the Greco-Roman world were like two universes revolving one beside the other under opposing influences. The history of humanity by no means synchronizes in its various parts. Tremble. At this moment, perhaps the religion of the future is being created, and we have no part in it. I envy wise Kimry, who saw beneath the earth. It is there that everything is prepared. It is there that we must look." End quote. There is in these words nothing that the theorists of the class war could not approve of. In them, I find the commentary to what Renan said a little later on the subject of, quote, the springs of life ever forcing their way to the surface, end quote. Regeneration is being brought about by a class which works subterraneously, and which is separating itself from the modern world as Judaism did from the ancient world. Whatever the official sociologists may think, the lower classes are by no means condemned to live on the crumbs which the upper classes let fall. We are glad to see Renan protest against this imbecile doctrine. Syndicalism claims to create a real proletarian ideology, and whatever the middle-class professors say of it, historical experience, as proclaimed by the mouth of Renan, tells us that this is quite possible, and that out of it may come the salvation of the world. The syndicalist movement is really being developed underground. The men who devote themselves to it do not make much noise in the world. What a difference between them and the former leaders of democracy, whose sole aim was the conquest of power. These men were intoxicated by the hope that the chances of life might someday make them Republican princes. While waiting for the wheel of fortune to turn to their advantage in this way, they obtained the moral and material advantages that celebrity procures for all virtuosi in a society which is accustomed to paying well those who amuse it. The chief motive force behind many of them was their immeasurable pride, and they fancied that, as their name was bound to shine with singular brilliancy in the annals of humanity, they might buy that future glory by a few sacrifices. None of these motives for action exist for the syndicalists of today. The proletariat has none of the servile instincts of democracy. It no longer aspires to walk on all fours before a former comrade who has become a chief magistrate, or to swoon for joy before the toilets of ministers' wives. Footnote. The essence of democracy is concentrated in the mot attributed to Mademoiselle Flocon. Quote, "It is we who are the princesses." End quote. The democracy is happy when it sees a ridiculous creature like Félix Faure, whom Joseph Renan compared to the bourgeois gentilhomme, treated with princely honors. Histoire de l'affaire Dreyfus, Volume 4, page 552. End of footnote. The men who devote themselves to the revolutionary cause know that they must always remain poor. They carry on their work of organization without attracting attention, and the meanest hack who scribbles for l'Humanité is much better known than the militants of the Confédération du Travail. Footnote. Parliamentary socialism is very keen on good manners, as we can assure ourselves by consulting Sorel Reflections' numerous articles. I quote at random several specimens. On June 1st, 1903, he declared in the Petite République that Queen Natalie of Servia should have been called to order, quote, for having listened to the preaching of P. Coubet at Aubervilliers, and he demands that she be admonished by the police commissary of her district, end quote. On September 26, he is roused to indignation by the coarseness and the ignorance of good manners exhibited by Admiral Maréchal. The socialist code has its mysteries. The wives of socialists are sometimes called ladies, and sometimes citizenesses. In the society of the future, there will evidently be disputes about the order of precedence as there were at Versailles. On July 30th, 1903, Cassignac makes great fun in the Autorité of his having been taken to task by Géraud Richard, who had given him lessons in good manners. End of footnote. For the great majority of the French public, Gris-Foulard will never have the notoriety of Rouenet. Footnote. Gris-Foulard, who had been a shoemaker, was at one time secretary of the Confédération du Travail. He was remarkably intelligent. Cf. a pamphlet by him entitled Voyage Révolutionnaire. Translator's note. Rouenet was Malone's principal disciple. He was for some time a deputy, very much opposed to the Marxists, naturally a great adversary of the Confédération du Travail, a type of socialist politician who occupies a considerable place in journalism and in parliament, but who does not count at all intellectually. End of translator's note. End of footnote. And in the absence of the material advantages which they could hardly expect, they have not even the satisfaction that celebrity can give. Putting their whole trust in the movements of the masses, they have no expectation of a Napoleonic glory, and they leave the superstition of great men to the middle classes. It is well that it is so, because the proletariat will be able to develop itself much more surely if it organizes itself in obscurity. Socialist politicians shun occupations which do not provide celebrity, and which are consequently not profitable. They are, then, not at all disposed to trouble themselves with the work of the syndicates, the object of which is to remain proletarian. They make a show on the parliamentary stage, but that, as a rule, does not amount to much. The men who do participate in the real working class movement are an example of what have always been looked upon as the greatest virtues. They cannot, in fact, acquire any of those things which the middle classes regard as especially desirable. If then, as Renon asserts, footnote, Renon, Opset, Volume 4, page 267, end of footnote, history rewards the resigned abnegation of men who strive uncomplainingly and who accomplish without profit a great historical work, we have a new reason for believing in the advent of socialism, since it represents the highest moral ideal ever conceived by man. This time it is not a new religion which is shaping itself underground without the help of the middle-class thinkers. It is the birth of a virtue which the middle-class intellectuals are incapable of understanding, a virtue which has the power to save civilization, as Renon hoped it would be saved, but by the total elimination of the class to which Renon belonged. Let us now consider closely the reasons which made Renon dread a decadence of the middle class. Footnote. Renon pointed out one symptom of decadence, on which he did not insist enough, and which does not seem to have particularly impressed his readers. He was irritated by the restlessness, the claims to originality, and the naive rivalry of the young metaphysicians. Quote, "But, my dear fellows, it is useless to give oneself so much headache merely to change from one error to another." End quote. Feuillet Détachés, page 10. A restlessness of this kind, which puts on nowadays a sociological, socialist, or humanitarian air, is a sure sign of anemia. End of footnote. He was struck by the decay of religious ideas. Quote, "An immense moral and perhaps intellectual degeneracy will follow the disappearance of religion from the world. We, at the present day, can dispense with religion because others have it for us. Those who do not believe are carried along by the more or less believing majority. But on the day when the majority lose this impulse, the men of spirit themselves will go feebly to the attack." End quote. It is the absence of the sentiment of sublimity which Renon dreaded. Like all old people in their days of sadness, he thinks of his childhood and adds, quote, "Man is of value in proportion to the religious sentiment which he preserves from his first education and which colors his whole life." End quote. He himself had lived all his life under the influence of the sentiment of sublimity inculcated in him by his mother. We know, in fact, that Madame Renon was a woman of lofty character, but the source of sublimity is dried up. Quote, "Religious people live on a shadow. We live on the shadow of a shadow. On what will those who come after us live?" End quote. Footnote. Renon, Feuillet Détachés, pages 17 to 18. End of footnote. Renon, as was his wont, tried to mitigate the gloom of the outlook which his perspicacity presented to him. He is like many other French writers who, wishing to please a frivolous public, never dare to go to the bottom of the problems that life presents. Footnote. Brunetière addressed this reproach to French literature. Quote, "If you wish to know why Racine or Molière, for example, never attain the depth we find in a Shakespeare or a Goethe, cherchez la fin." and you will find that the defect is due to the influence of the salons and of women. End quote. Evolution des genres. 3rd edition, page 128. End of footnote. He does not wish to frighten his amiable lady admirers, so he adds, therefore, that it is not necessary to have a religion burdened with dogmas, such a religion, for example, as Christianity. The religious sentiment should suffice. Since Renan, there has been no lack of chatter about this vague religious sentiment which should suffice to replace the positive religions which are coming to grief. F. Buisson informs us that, quote, no religious doctrines will survive, but only religious emotions, which, far from contradicting either science, art, or morality, will steep them in a feeling of profound harmony with the life of the universe. End quote. Footnote. Questions de morale, lectures given by several professors in the Bibliothèque des Sciences Sociales, page 328. End of footnote. This, unless I am unable to see beyond my nose, is the merest balderdash. On what will those who come after us live? This is the great problem posed by Renan, and which the middle classes will never be able to solve. If any doubt is possible on this point, the stupidities uttered by the official moralist would show that the decadence is henceforth fatal. Speculations on the harmony of the universe, even when the universe is personified, are not the kind of thing which will give men that courage which Renan compared to that of the soldier in the moment of attack. Sublimity is dead in the middle classes, and they are doomed to possess no ethic in the future. Footnote. I must call attention to the extraordinary prudence shown by Ribot in his Psychologie des sentiments in dealing with the evolution of morality. It might have been expected that, on the analogy of the other sentiments, he would have come to the conclusion that there was an evolution towards a purely intellectual state and to the disappearance of its efficacy, but has not dared to draw this conclusion for morality, as he did for religion. End of footnote. The winding up of the Dreyfus affair, which the Dreyfusards, to the great indignation of Colonel Picquart, footnote. I refer to an article published in the Gazette de Lausanne, April 2, 1906, from which the Libre Parole gave a fairly long extract, cf. Joseph Renan, Op. Cit., Volume 6, page 36. Several months after I had written these lines, Picquart was himself the object of exceptionally favorable treatment. He had been conquered by the fatalities of Parisian life, which have run stronger men than he. End of footnote. Knew how to put to such good account, has shown that middle-class sublimity is a stock exchange asset. All the intellectual and moral defects of a class tainted with folly showed themselves in that affair. End of section 24. Section 25, Chapter 7, Part 3 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 7. The Ethics of the Producers, Part 3. Before examining what qualities the modern industrial system requires of free producers, we must analyze the component parts of morality. The philosophers always have a certain amount of difficulty in seeing clearly into these ethical problems, because they feel the impossibility of harmonizing the ideas which are current at a given time in a class, and yet imagine it to be their duty to reduce everything to a unity. To conceal from themselves the fundamental heterogeneity of all this civilized morality, they have recourse to a great number of subterfuges, sometimes relegating to the rank of exceptions, importations, or survivals everything which embarrasses them, sometimes drowning reality in an ocean of vague phrases, and most often employing both methods the better to obscure the problem. My view, on the contrary, is that the best way of understanding any group of ideas in the history of thought is to bring all the contradictions into sharp relief. I shall adopt this method and take for a starting point the celebrated opposition which Nietzsche has established between two groups of moral values, an opposition about which much has been written, but which has never been properly studied. A. We know with what force Nietzsche praised the values constructed by the masters, by a superior class of warriors who, in their expeditions, enjoying to the full freedom from all social constraint, return to the simplicity of mind of a wild beast, become once more triumphant monsters who continually bring to mind, quote, the superb blonde beast, prowling in search of prey and bloodshed, end quote, in whom, quote, a basis of hidden bestiality needs from time to time a purgative, end quote. To understand this thesis properly, we must not attach too much importance to formulas which have at times been intentionally exaggerated, but should examine the historical facts. The author tells us that he has in mind, quote, the aristocracy of Rome, Arabia, Germany, and Japan, the Homeric heroes, the Scandinavian Vikings, end quote. It is chiefly the Homeric heroes that we must bear in mind in order to understand what Nietzsche wished to make clear to his contemporaries. We must remember that he had been a professor of Greek at the University of Bâle, and that his reputation began with a book devoted to the glorification of the Hellenic genius, The Origin of Tragedy. He notices that, even at the period of their highest culture, the Greeks still preserved a memory of their former character of masters. Our daring, said Pericles, quote, has traced a path over earth and sea, raising everywhere imperishable monuments both of good and evil, end quote. It was of the heroes of Greek legend and history that he was thinking when he speaks of, quote, that audacity of noble races, that mad, absurd, and spontaneous audacity, their indifference and contempt for all security of the body, for life, for comfort, end quote. Does not, quote, the terrible gaiety and the profound joy which the heroes tasted in destruction, and all the pleasure of victory and of cruelty, end quote, apply particularly to Achilles? Footnote. Nietzsche, Généalogie de la Morale. Traditional Français, pages 57 to 59. End of footnote. It was certainly to the type of classic Greek that Nietzsche alluded when he wrote, quote, the moral judgments of the warrior aristocracy are founded on a powerful bodily constitution, a flourishing health without forgetfulness of what was necessary to the maintenance of that overflowing vigor. War, adventure, hunting, dancing, games, and physical exercises. In short, everything implied by a robust, free, and joyful activity. End quote. Footnote. Nietzsche. Opsit, page 43. End of footnote. That very ancient type, the Achaean type celebrated by Homer, is not simply a memory. It has several times reappeared in the world. Quote, during the Renaissance, there was a superb reawakening of the classic ideal of the aristocratic valuation of all things. And after the Revolution, the most prodigious and unexpected event came to pass. The antique ideal stood in person with unwonted splendor before the eyes and consciousness of humanity. Then appeared Napoleon, isolated and belated example though he was. End quote. Footnote. Nietzsche. Opsit. Pages 78 to 80. End of footnote. I believe that if the professor of philology had not been continually cropping up in Nietzsche, he would have perceived that the master type still exists under our own eyes, and that it is this type which, at the present time, has created the extraordinary greatness of the United States. He would have been struck by the singular analogies which exist between the Yankee, ready for any kind of enterprise, and the ancient Greek sailor, sometimes a pirate, sometimes a colonist or merchant. Above all, he would have established a parallel between the ancient heroes and the man who sets out on the conquest of the far west. Footnote. P. de Rousier observes that everywhere in America, approximately the same social environment is found, and the same type of men at the head of big businesses. But, quote, it is in the West that the qualities and defects of this extraordinary people manifest themselves with the greatest energy. It is there that the key to the whole social system is to be found. End quote. La vie américaine, ranche, ferme, et usine. Pages 8 to 9, cf. page 261. End of footnote. P. de Rousier has described the master type admirably. Quote, to become and to remain an American, one must look upon life as a struggle and not as a pleasure, and seek in it victorious effort, energetic and efficacious action, rather than pleasure. Leisure embellished by the cultivation of the arts, the refinements proper of other societies. Everywhere we have seen that what makes the American succeed, what constitutes his type, is character, personal energy, energy in action, creative energy. End quote. Footnote. De Rousier, La vie américaine, l'éducation et la société. Page 325. End of footnote. The profound contempt which the Greek had for the barbarian is matched by that of the Yankee for the foreign worker who makes no effort to become truly American. Quote, many of these people would be better if we took them in hand, end quote. An old colonel of the War of Secession said to a French traveler, but we are a proud race. A shopkeeper of Pottsville spoke of the Pennsylvania miners as, quote, the senseless populace, end quote. Footnote. De Rousier, La vie américaine, ranche, ferme, et usine. Pages 303 to 305. End of footnote. J. Bordeaux has drawn attention to the strange likeness which exists between the ideas of A. Carnegie and Roosevelt and those of Nietzsche. The first deploring the waste of money involved in maintaining incapables, the second urging the Americans to become conquerors, a race of prey. Footnote. J. Bordeaux, Les Mets de la Pensée Contemporaine, page 145. The author informs us, on the other hand, that, quote, Jaurès greatly astonished the people of Geneva by revealing to them that the hero of Nietzsche, the Superman, was nothing else but the proletariat, end quote. Page 139. I have not been able to get any information about this lecture of Jaurès. Let us hope that he will someday publish it for our amusement. End of footnote. I am not among those who consider Homer's Achaean type, the indomitable hero, confident in his strength and putting himself above rules, as necessarily disappearing in the future. If it has often been believed that the type was bound to disappear, that was because the Homeric values were imagined to be irreconcilable with the other values which spring from an entirely different principle. Nietzsche committed this error, which all those who believe in the necessity of unity in thought are bound to make. It is quite evident that liberty would be seriously compromised if men came to regard the Homeric values, which are approximately the same as the Cornelian values, as suitable only to barbaric peoples. Many moral evils would forever remain unremedied if some hero of a revolt did not force the people to become aware of their own state of mind on the subject. And art, which is after all of some value, would lose the finest jewel in its crown. The philosophers are little disposed to admit the right of art to support the cult of the will to power. It seems to them that they ought to give lessons to artists instead of receiving lessons from them. They think that only those sentiments which have received the stamp of the universities have the right to manifest themselves in poetry. Like industry, art has never adapted itself to the demands of theorists. It always upsets their plans of social harmony, and humanity has found the freedom of art far too satisfactory ever to think of allowing it to be controlled by the creators of dull systems of sociology. The Marxists are accustomed to seeing the ideologists look at things the wrong way round, and so, in contrast to their enemies, they should look upon art as a reality which begets ideas, and not as an application of ideas. B. To the values created by the master type, Nietzsche opposed the system constructed by sacerdotal castes, the ascetic ideal against which he has piled up so much invective. The history of these values is much more obscure and complicated than that of the preceding ones. Nietzsche tries to connect the origin of asceticism with psychological reasons which I will not examine here. He certainly makes a mistake in attributing a preponderating part to the Jews. It is not at all evident that antique Judaism had an ascetic character. Doubtless, like the other Semitic religions, it attached importance to pilgrimages, fasts, and prayers recited in ragged clothes. The Hebrew poets sang the hope of revenge, which existed in the heart of the persecuted, but until the 2nd century of our era, the Jews looked to be revenged by arms. Footnote. It is always necessary to remember that the resigned Jew of the Middle Ages was more like the Christians than his ancestors. End of footnote. On the other hand, family life with them was too strong for the monkish ideal ever to become important. Imbued with Christianity as our civilization may be, it is nonetheless evident that, even in the Middle Ages, it submitted to influences foreign to the Church, with the result that the old ascetic values were gradually transformed. The values to which the contemporary world clings most closely, and which it considers the true ethical values, are not realized in convents, but in the family. Respect for the human person, sexual fidelity and devotion to the weak constitute the elements of morality of which all high-minded men are proud. Morality, even, is very often made to consist of these alone. When we examine in a critical spirit the numerous writings which treat today of marriage, we see that the reformers who are in earnest propose to improve family relations in such a way as to assure the better realization of these ethical values. Thus, they demand that the scandals of conjugal life shall not be exposed in the law courts, that unions shall not be maintained when fidelity no longer exists, and that the authority of the head of the family shall not be diverted from its moral purpose to become mere exploitation, etc. On the other hand, it is curious to observe to what extent the modern church misunderstands the values that classical Christian civilization has produced. It sees in marriage, above all, a contract directed by financial and worldly interests. It is unwilling to allow of the union being dissolved when the household is a hell, and takes no account of the duty of devotion. Footnote. Epistle to the Ephesians, verses 25 to 31. End of footnote. The priests are wonderfully skillful in procuring rich dowries for impoverished nobles, so much so indeed that the church has been accused of considering marriage as a mating of noblemen living as bullies with middle-class women reduced to the role of the women who support such men. When it is heavily recompensed, the church finds unexpected reasons for divorce and finds means of annulling inconvenient unions for ridiculous motives. Proudhon asks ironically, quote, "Is it possible for a responsible man of a serious turn of mind and a true Christian to care for the love of his wife? If the husband seeking divorce or the wife seeking separation alleges the refusal of the conjugal right, then of course there is a legitimate reason for a rupture, for the service for which the marriage is granted has not been carried out." End quote. Footnote. Proudhon is alluding sarcastically to the frequently very comic nullifications of marriage pronounced by the Roman courts for physiological reasons. Proudhon, Opsit, Volume 6, page 39. We know that the theologians do not like curious people to consult ecclesiastical writings about conjugal duty and the legitimate method of fulfilling it. End of footnote. Our civilization, having come to consider nearly all morality as consisting of values derived from those observed in the normally constituted family, two serious consequences have been produced. One, it has been asked if, instead of considering the family as an application of moral theories, it would not be more exact to say that it is the base of these theories. Two, it seems that the Church, having become incompetent on matters connected with sexual union, must also be incompetent as regards morality. These are precisely the conclusions to which Proudhon came. Quote, sexual duality was created by nature to be the instrument of justice. To produce justice is the higher aim of the bisexual division. Generation and what follows from it only figure here as accessory. End quote. Footnote. Proudhon, L'Occident, page 212. Quote, marriage, both in principle and in purpose, being the instrument of human right and the living negation of the divine right, is thus in formal contradiction with theology and the Church. End quote. Footnote. Proudhon, Oeuvres, Volume 20, page 169. This is extracted from the memoir he wrote in his own defense after he had been condemned to 3 years in prison for his book on justice. It is worthwhile noting that Proudhon was accused of attacking marriage. This affair is one of the shameful acts which dishonored the Church in the reign of Napoleon III. End of footnote. Love, by the enthusiasm it begets, can produce that sublimity without which there would be no effective morality. At the end of his book on justice, Proudhon has written pages which will never be surpassed on the role of women. C. Finally, we have to examine the values which escape Nietzsche's classification and which treat of civil relations. Originally, magic was much mixed up in the evaluation of these values. Among the Jews, until recent times, one finds a mixture of hygienic principles, rules about sexual relationships, precepts about honesty, benevolence, and national solidarity, the whole wrapped up in magical superstitions. This mixture, which seemed strange to the philosopher, had the happiest influence on their morality so long as they maintained their traditional mode of living, and one notices among them even now a particular exactitude in the carrying out of contracts. The ideas held by moral ethical writers are drawn mainly from those of Greece in its time of decadence. Aristotle, living in a period of transition, combined ancient values with values that, as time went on, were to prevail. War and production had ceased to occupy the attention of the most distinguished men of the towns, who sought, on the contrary, to secure an easy existence for themselves. The most important thing was the establishment of friendly relations between the better educated men of the community, and the fundamental maxim was that of the golden mean. The new morality was to be acquired principally by means of the habits which the young Greek would pick up in mixing with cultivated people. It may be said that here we are on the level of an ethic adapted to consumers. It is not astonishing, then, that Catholic theologians still find Aristotle's ethics an excellent one, for they themselves take the consumer's point of view. In the civilization of antiquity, the ethics of producers could hardly be any other than that of slave owners, and it did not seem worth developing at length at the time when philosophy made an inventory of Greek customs. Aristotle said that no far-reaching science was needed to employ slaves. Quote, for the master need only know how to order what the slaves must know how to execute. So, as soon as a man can save himself this trouble, he leaves it in the charge of a steward, so as to be himself free for a political or philosophical life. End quote. Footnote. Aristotle, Politics, Book 1, Chapter 7, 4-5. End of footnote. A little farther on, he wrote, quote, it is manifest, then, that the master ought to be the source of excellence in the slave, but not merely because he possesses the art which trains him in his duties. End quote. Footnote. Aristotle, Opsit, Book 1, Chapter 5, 13, 14. End of footnote. This clearly expresses the point of view of the urban consumer, who finds it very tiresome to be obliged to pay any attention whatever to the conditions of production. Footnote: Xenophon, who represents in everything a conception of Greek life very much earlier than the time in which he lived, discusses the proper method of training an overseer for a farm. Economics, pages 12 to 14. Marx remarks that Xenophon speaks of the division of labor in the workshop, and that appears to him to show a middle-class instinct. Capital, Volume 1, page 159, Column 1. I myself think that it characterizes an observer who understood the importance of production, an importance of which Plato had no comprehension. In the Memorabilia, Book 2, page 7, Socrates advises a citizen who had to look after a large family to set up a workshop with the family. J. Flash supposes that this was something new. Leçon du 19e avril 1907. It seems to me to be rather a return to more ancient customs. The historians of philosophy appear to me to have been very hostile to Xenophon because he is too much of an old Greek. Plato suits them much better since he is more of an aristocrat and consequently more detached from production. End of footnote. As to the slave, he needs very limited virtues. Quote, he only needs enough to prevent him neglecting his work through intemperance or idleness. End quote. He should be treated with, quote, more indulgence even than children, end quote. Although certain people consider that slaves are deprived of reason and are only fit to receive orders. Footnote: Aristotle, Opsit, Book 1, Chapter 5, 9, and 11. End of footnote. It is quite easy to see that during a considerable period, the moderns also did not think that there was anything more to be said about workers than Aristotle had said. They must be given orders, corrected with gentleness like children, and treated as passive instruments who do not need to think. Revolutionary syndicalism would be impossible if the world of the workers were under the influence of such a morality of the weak. State socialism, on the contrary, could accommodate itself to this morality perfectly well, since the latter is based on the idea of a society divided into a class of producers and a class of thinkers applying results of scientific investigation to the work of production. The only difference which would exist between the sham socialism and capitalism would consist in the employment of more ingenious methods of procuring discipline in the workshop. At the present moment, officials of the bloc are working to create a kind of ethical discipline which will replace the hazy religion which G. de Molinari thinks necessary to the successful working of capitalism. It is perfectly clear, in fact, that religion is daily losing its efficacy with the people. Something else must be found if the intellectuals are to be provided with the means of living on the margin of production. End of section 25. Section 26. Chapter 7, Part 4 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 7. The Ethics of the Producers, Part 4. The problem that we shall now try to solve is the most difficult of all those which a socialist writer can touch upon. We are about to ask how it is possible to conceive the transformation of the men of today into the free producers of tomorrow, working in manufactories where there are no masters. The question must be stated accurately. We must state it not for a world which has already arrived at socialism, but solely for our own time and for the preparation of the transition from one world to the other. If we do not limit the question in this way, we shall find ourselves straying into utopias. Kautsky has given a great deal of attention to the question of the conditions immediately following a social revolution. The solution he proposes seems to me quite as feeble as that of G. de Molinari. If the syndicates of today are strong enough to induce the workmen of today to abandon their workshops and to submit to great sacrifices during the strikes kept up against the capitalists, he thinks that they will then doubtless be strong enough to bring the workmen back to the workshops and to obtain good and regular work from them, when once they see that this work is necessary for the general good. Footnote: Karl Kautsky, La Révolution Sociale, French translation, page 153. End of footnote. Kautsky, however, does not seem to feel much confidence in the value of his own solution. Evidently, no comparison can be made between the kind of discipline which forces a general stoppage of work on the men and that which will induce them to handle machinery with greater skill. The error springs from the fact that Kautsky is more of a theorist than he is a disciple of Marx. He loves reasoning about abstractions and believes that he has brought a question nearer to solution when he manages to produce a phrase with a scientific appearance. The underlying reality interests him less than its academic presentment. Many others have committed the same error, led astray by the different meanings of the word discipline, which may be applied both to regular conduct founded on the deepest feelings of the soul or to a merely external restraint. The history of ancient corporations furnishes us with no really useful information on this subject. They do not seem to have had any effect whatever in promoting any kind of improvement or invention in technical matters. It would seem rather that they serve to protect routine. If we examine English trade unionism closely, we find that it also is strongly imbued with this industrial routine springing from the corporative spirit. Nor can the examples of democracy throw any light on the question. Work conducted democratically would be regulated by resolutions, inspected by police, and subject to the sanction of tribunals dealing out rewards or imprisonment. The discipline would be an external compulsion closely analogous to that which now exists in the capitalist workshops. But it would probably be still more arbitrary because the committee would always have their eye on the next elections. Footnote: the managers of manufactories would constantly be busying themselves with how to ensure the success of the government party at the next election. They would be very indulgent to workmen who were influential speakers and very hard on men suspected of lack of electoral zeal. End of footnote. When one thinks of the peculiarities found in judgments in penal cases, one feels convinced that repression would be exercised in a very unsatisfactory way. It seems to be generally agreed that light offenses cannot be satisfactorily dealt with in law courts when hampered by the rules of a strict legal system. The establishment of administrative councils to decide on the future of children has often been suggested. In Belgium, mendicity is subject to an administrative arbitration, which may be compared to the police des mœurs. It is well known that this police, in spite of innumerable complaints, continues to be almost supreme in France. It is very noticeable that administrative intervention in the case of important crimes is continually increasing. Since the power of mitigating or even of suppressing penalties is being more and more handed over to the heads of penal establishments, doctors and sociologists speak in favor of this system, which tends to give the police as important a function as they had under the Ancien Régime. Experience shows that the discipline of the capitalist workshops is greatly superior to that maintained by the police, so that one does not see how it would be possible to improve capitalist discipline by means of the methods which democracy would have at its disposal. Footnote: we might ask if the ideal of the relatively honest and enlightened Democrats is not at the present moment the discipline of the capitalist workshop. The increase of the power given to the mayors and state governors in America seems to me to be a sign of this tendency. End of footnote. I think that there is one good point, however, in Kautsky's hypothesis. He seems to have been aware that the motive force of the revolutionary movement must also be the motive force of the ethic of the producers. That is a view quite in conformity with Marxist principles, but the idea must be applied in quite a different way from that in which he applied it. It must not be thought that the action of the syndicates on work is direct, as he supposes. This influence of the syndicates on labor should result from complex and sometimes distant causes, acting on the general character of the workers rather than from a quasi-military organization. This is what I try to show by analyzing some of the qualities of the best workmen. A satisfactory result can be arrived at by starting from the curious analogies which exist between the most remarkable qualities of the soldiers who took part in the Wars of Liberty, the qualities which engendered the propaganda in favor of the general strike, and those that will be required of a free worker in a highly progressive state of society. I believe that these analogies constitute a new and perhaps decisive proof in favor of revolutionary syndicalism. In the Wars of Liberty, each soldier considered himself as an individual having something of importance to do in the battle instead of looking upon himself as simply one part of the military mechanism committed to the supreme direction of a leader. In the literature of those times, one is struck by the frequency with which the freemen of the Republican armies are contrasted with the automatons of the royal armies. This was no mere figure of rhetoric employed by the French writers. I have convinced myself as a result of a thorough first-hand study of one of the wars of that time that these terms corresponded perfectly to the actual feelings of the soldiers. Battles under these conditions could, then, no longer be likened to games of chess in which each man is comparable to a pawn. They became collections of heroic exploits accomplished by individuals under the influence of an extraordinary enthusiasm. Revolutionary literature is not entirely false when it reports so many grandiloquent phrases said to have been uttered by the combatants. Doubtless, none of these phrases were spoken by the people to whom they are attributed. Their form is due to men of letters used to the composition of classical declamation. But the basis is real in this sense, that we have, thanks to these lies of revolutionary rhetoric, a perfectly exact representation of the aspect under which the combatants looked on war, a true expression of the sentiments aroused by it, and the actual accent of the truly Homeric conflicts which took place at that time. I am certain that none of the actors in these dramas ever protested against the words attributed to them. This was no doubt because each found beneath these fantastic phrases a true expression of his own deepest feelings. Footnote. This history has also been burdened by a great number of adventures which have been fabricated by imitating real ones, and which are very like those which, later on, the Three Musketeers rendered popular. End of footnote. Until the moment when Napoleon appeared, the war had none of the scientific character which the later theorists of strategy have sometimes thought it incumbent on them to attribute to it. Misled by the analogies they discovered between the triumphs of the revolutionary armies and those of the Napoleonic armies, historians imagine that generals anterior to Napoleon had made great plans of campaign. Such plans never existed, or at any rate had very little influence on the course of operations. The best officers of that time were fully aware that their talent consisted in furnishing their troops with the suitable opportunities of exhibiting their ardor, and victory was assured each time that the soldiers could give free scope to all their enthusiasm, unfettered by bad commissariat or by the stupidity of representatives of the people who looked upon themselves as strategists. On the battlefield, the leaders gave an example of daring courage and were merely the first combatants, like true Homeric kings. It is this which explains the enormous prestige with the young troops, immediately gained by so many of the non-commissioned officers of the Ancien Regime, who were born to the highest rank by the unanimous acclamations of the soldiers at the outset of the war. If we wish to find in these armies what it was that took the place of the later ideal of discipline, we might say that the soldier was convinced that the slightest failure of the most insignificant private might compromise the success of the whole and the life of all his comrades, and that the soldier acted accordingly. This presupposes that no account is taken of the relative values of the different factors that go to make up a victory, so that all things are considered from a qualitative and individualistic point of view. One is, in fact, extremely struck by the individualistic characters which are met with in these armies, and by the fact that nothing is to be found in them which at all resembles the obedience spoken of by our contemporary authors. There is some truth then in the statement that the incredible French victories were due to intelligent bayonets. The same spirit is found in the working class groups who are eager for the general strike. These groups, in fact, picture the revolution as an immense uprising, which yet may be called individualistic, each working with the greatest possible zeal, each acting on his own account, and not troubling himself much to subordinate his conduct to a great and scientifically combined plan. This character of the proletarian general strike has often been pointed out, and it has the effect of frightening the greedy politicians, who understand perfectly well that a revolution conducted in this way would do away with all their chances of seizing the government. Jaurès, whom nobody would dream of classing with any but the most circumspect of men, has clearly recognized the danger which threatens him. He accuses the upholders of the general strike of considering only one aspect of social life and thus going against the revolution. Footnote. Jaurès, Études socialistes, pages 117 to 118. End of footnote. This rigmarole should be translated thus. The revolutionary syndicalists desire to exalt the individuality of the life of the producer. They thus run counter to the interests of the politicians who want to direct the revolution in such a way as to transmit power to a new minority. They thus undermine the foundations of the state. We entirely agree with all this. It is precisely this characteristic which so terrifies the parliamentary socialists, the financiers, and the ideologists, which gives such extraordinary moral value to the notion of the general strike. The upholders of the general strike are accused of anarchical tendencies, and as a matter of fact, it has been observed during the last few years that anarchists have entered the syndicates in great numbers and have done a great deal to develop tendencies favorable to the general strike. This movement becomes understandable when we bear the preceding explanations in mind, because the general strike, just like the wars of liberty, is the most striking manifestation of individualistic force in the revolted masses. It seems to me, moreover, that the official socialists would do well not to insist too much on this point. They would thus avoid some reflections which are not altogether to their advantage. We might, in fact, be led to ask if our official socialists, with their passion for discipline and their infinite confidence in the genius of their leaders, are not the authentic inheritors of the traditions of the royal armies, while the anarchists and the upholders of the general strike represent at the present time the spirit of the revolutionary warriors who, against all the rules of the art of war, so thoroughly thrashed the fine armies of the coalition. I can understand why the socialists approved, controlled, and duly patented by the administrators of humanité have not much sympathy for the heroes of Fleurus. Footnote. The Battle of Fleurus, won in 1794 by General Jourdan, was one of the first decisive triumphs of the Revolutionary Army. The Chant du Départ was written by J.M. Chenier shortly before this battle. Translator's note. End of footnote. Who were very badly dressed and would have cut a sorry figure in the drawing rooms of the great financiers. But everybody does not adapt his convictions to suit the taste of M. Jaurès's shareholders. End of section 26. Section 27, Chapter 7, Part 5 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 7. The Ethics of the Producers, Part 5. I want now to point out some analogies which show how revolutionary syndicalism is the greatest educative force that contemporary society has at its disposal for the preparation of the system of production, which the workman will adopt in a society organized in accordance with the new conceptions. A. The free producer in a progressive and inventive workshop must never evaluate his own efforts by any external standing. He ought to consider the models given him as inferior and desire to surpass everything that has been done before. Constant improvement in quality and quantity will be thus assured to production. The idea of continual progress will be realized in a workshop of this kind. Early socialists had had an intuition of this law when they demanded that each should produce according to his faculties, but they did not know how to explain this principle, which, in their utopias, seemed made for a convent or for a family rather than for modern industrial life. Sometimes, however, they pictured their workers as possessed by an enthusiasm similar to that which we find in the lives of certain great artists. This last point of view is by no means negligible, although the early socialists hardly understood the value of the comparison. Whenever we consider questions relative to industrial progress, we are led to consider art as an anticipation of the highest and technically most perfect forms of production, although the artist, with his caprices, often seems to be at the antipodes of the modern worker. Footnote. When we speak of the educative value of art, we often forget that the habits of life of the modern artist, founded on an imitation of those of a jovial aristocracy, are in no way necessary, and are derived from a tradition which has been fatal to many fine talents. Lafargue appears to believe that the Parisian jeweler might find it necessary to dress elegantly, to eat oysters, and run after women in order to be able to keep up the artistic quality of his work, i.e., in order to keep his mind active. The artistic quality of his work, destroyed by the wear of daily life in the workshop, will be reconstituted by the gay life he leads outside. Journal des Économistes, September 1884, page 386. He gives no reasons to support this paradox. We might, moreover, point out that the mentality of Marx's son-in-law is always obsessed by aristocratic prejudices. End of footnote. This analogy is justified by the fact that the artist dislikes reproducing accepted types. The inexhaustibly inventive turn of his mind distinguishes him from the ordinary artisan, who is mainly successful in the unending reproduction of models which are not his own. The inventor is an artist who wears himself out in pursuing the realization of ends which practical people generally declare absurd, and who, if he has made any important discovery, is often supposed to be mad. Practical people thus resemble artisans. One could cite in every industry important improvements which originated in small changes made by workmen endowed with the artist's taste for innovation. This state of mind is, moreover, exactly that which was found in the first armies which carried on the wars of liberty, and that possessed by the propagandists of the general strike. This passionate individualism is entirely wanting in the working classes who have been educated by politicians. All they are fit for is to change their masters. These bad shepherds, footnote. This is an allusion to a play by Octave Mirbeau with that title, translator's note, end of footnote. Sincerely hope that it will be so, and the stock exchange people would not provide them with money, were they not convinced that parliamentary socialism is quite compatible with financial robbery. B. Modern industry is characterized by an ever-growing care for exactitude. As tools get more scientific, it is expected that the product shall have fewer hidden faults, and that in use, its quality shall be as good as its appearance. If Germany has not yet taken the place in the economic world which the mineral riches of its soil, the energy of its manufacturers, and the science of its technicians ought to give it. It is because its manufacturers, for a long time, thought it clever to flood the markets with trash. Although the quality of German manufacturers has much improved during the last few years, it is not yet held in any very great esteem. Here again, it is possible to draw a comparison between industry in a high state of perfection and art. There have been periods in which the public appreciated above all the technical tricks by which the artist created an illusion of reality. But these tricks have never been accepted in the great schools, and they are universally condemned by the authors who are accepted as authorities in matters of art. Footnote. See the chapter in Ruskin's 7 Lamps of Architecture, entitled Lamp of Truth. End of footnote. This honesty, which now seems to us today as necessary in industry as in art, was hardly suspected by the utopists. Footnote. It must not be forgotten that there are 2 ways of discussing art. Nietzsche attacks Kant for having, quote, like all the philosophers, meditated on art and the beautiful as a spectator, instead of looking at the aesthetic problem from the point of view of the artist, the creator. End quote. Opposite, page 178. In the time of the utopist, aesthetics was merely the babbling of amateurs, who were delighted with the cleverness with which the artist had been able to deceive the public. End of footnote. Fourier, at the beginning of the new era, believed that fraud in the quality of merchandise was characteristic of the relations between civilized people. He turned his back on progress and showed himself incapable of understanding the world which was being formed about him. Like nearly all professional prophets, the sham seer confused the future with the past. Marx, on the contrary, said that, quote, deception in merchandise in the capitalist system of production is unjust, end quote, because it no longer corresponds with the modern system of business. Footnote. Marx, Capital, French translation, Volume 3, First Part, page 375. End of footnote. The soldier of the Wars of Liberty attached an almost superstitious importance to the carrying out of the smallest order. As a result of this, he felt no pity for the generals or officers whom he saw guillotined after a defeat on the charge of dereliction of duty. He did not look at these events as the historians of today do. He had no means of knowing whether the condemned had really committed treason or not. In his eyes, failure could only be explained by some grave error on the part of his leaders. The high sense of responsibility felt by the soldier about his own duties, and the extreme thoroughness with which he carried out the most insignificant order, made him approve of rigorous measures taken against men who, in his eyes, had brought about the defeat of the army and caused it to lose the fruit of so much heroism. It is not difficult to see that the same spirit is met with in strikes. The beaten workmen are convinced that their failure is due to the base conduct of a few comrades who have not done all that might have been expected of them. Numerous accusations of treason are brought forward. For the beaten masses, treason alone can explain the defeat of heroic troops. The sentiment, felt by all, of the thoroughness that must be brought to the accomplishment of their duties will therefore be accompanied by many acts of violence. I do not think that the authors who have written on the events which follow strikes have sufficiently reflected on this analogy between strikes and the wars of liberty, and consequently between these acts of violence and the executions of generals accused of treason. Footnote. P. Bureau has devoted a chapter of his book on the contrat de travail to an explanation of the reasons which justify boycotting of workmen who do not join their comrades in strikes. He thinks that these people merit their fate because they are notoriously inferior both in courage and as workmen. This seems to me very inadequate as an account of the reasons which, in the eyes of the working classes themselves, explain these acts of violence. The author takes up a much too intellectualist point of view. End of footnote. C. There would never have been great acts of heroism in war if each soldier, while acting like a hero, yet at the same time claimed to receive a reward proportionate to his deserts. When a column is sent to an assault, the men at the head know they are sent to their death, and that the glory of victory will be for those who, passing over their dead bodies, enter the enemy's position. However, they do not reflect on this injustice, but march forward. The value of any army where the need of rewards makes itself actively felt may be said to be on the decline. Officers who had served in the campaigns of the Revolution and of the Empire, but who had served under the direct orders of Napoleon only in the last years of their career, were amazed to see the fuss made about feats of arms which, in the time of their youth, would have passed unnoticed. "I have been overwhelmed with praise," said General Duhaime, quote, "for things which would not have been noticed in the army of Sambre et Meuse." End quote. Footnote. La Faye. Mémoires sur la campagne de Catalogne de 1808 à 1814. Page 336. End of footnote. This theatricality was carried by Murat to a grotesque degree, and historians have not taken enough notice of the responsibility of Napoleon for this degeneracy of the true warlike spirit. The extraordinary enthusiasm which had been the cause of so many prodigies of valor on the part of the men of 1794 was unknown to him. He believed that it was his function to measure all capacities and to give to each a reward exactly proportionate to what he had accomplished. This was the Saint Simonian principle already coming into practice, and every officer was encouraged to bring himself forward. Charlatanism, footnote. The charlatanism of the followers of Saint Simon was as disgusting as that of Murat. Moreover, the history of this school is unintelligible if we do not compare it with its Napoleonic models. End of footnote. Exhausted the moral forces of the nation, whilst its material forces were still very considerable. Napoleon formed very few distinguished general officers and carried on the war principally with those left him by the Revolution. This impotence is the most absolute condemnation of the system. Footnote. General Donop strongly insists on the incapacity of Napoleon's lieutenants, who passively obeyed instructions that they never tried to understand, and the fulfillment of which was minutely overlooked by their master. Op. Cit., pages 22 to 29 and 32 to 34. Napoleon's armies were valued in proportion to the exactitude with which they carried out the orders of their master. Initiative being little valued, it was possible to estimate the conduct of the generals like the ability of a good pupil who has learnt his lessons well. The emperor gave pecuniary rewards to his lieutenants, proportionate to the measure of merit he recognized in them. End of footnote. The scarcity of the information which we possess about the great Gothic artists has often been pointed out. Among the stone carvers who sculptured the statues in the cathedrals, there were men of great talent who seem always to have remained anonymous. Nevertheless, they produced masterpieces. Viollet-le-Duc was surprised that the archives of Notre Dame had preserved for us no detailed information about the building of this gigantic monument, and that, as a rule, the documents of the Middle Ages say very little about the architects. He adds that, quote, genius can develop itself in obscurity, and that it is its very nature to seek silence and obscurity. End quote. Footnote. Viollet-le-Duc. Dictionnaire raisonné de l'architecture française. Volume 4, pages 42 to 43. This does not contradict what we read in the article Architect. From that, we learn that the builders often inscribed their names in the cathedrals, Volume 1, pages 109 to 111. From that, it has been concluded that these works were not anonymous. Bryan, Les Églises Gothiques, page 17. But what meaning had these inscriptions for the people of the town? They could only be of interest to artists who came later on to work in the same edifice and who were familiar with the traditions of the schools. End of footnote. We might even go farther and question whether their contemporaries suspected that these artists of genius had raised edifices of unperishable glory. It seems very probable to me that the cathedrals were only admired by the artists. This striving towards perfection, which manifests itself in spite of the absence of any personal, immediate, and proportional reward, constitutes the secret virtue which assures the continued progress of the world. What would become of modern industry if inventors could only be found for those things which would procure them an almost certain remuneration? The calling of an inventor is much the most miserable of all, and yet there is no lack of inventors. How often in workshops have little modifications introduced by ingenious artisans into the work become by accumulation fundamental improvements, without the innovators ever getting any permanent or appreciable benefit from their ingenuity? And has not even simple piecework brought about a gradual but uninterrupted progress in the processes of production, a progress which, after having temporarily improved the position of a few workers, and especially that of their employers, has proved finally a benefit chiefly to the consumer? Renan asked what was it that moved the heroes of great wars. Quote, "The soldier of Napoleon was well aware that he would always be a poor man, but he felt that the epic in which he was taking part would be eternal, that he would live in the glory of France." End quote. The Greeks had fought for glory. The Russians and the Turks seek death because they expect a chimerical paradise. Quote, "A soldier is not made by promises of temporal rewards. He must have immortality. In default to paradise, there is glory, which is itself a kind of immortality." End quote. Footnote. Renan, Histoire du peuple d'Israël, Volume 4, page 191. Renan seems to me to have identified too readily glory and immortality. He has fallen a victim to a figure of speech. End of footnote. Economic progress goes far beyond the individual life and profits future generations more than those who create it. But does it give glory? Is there an economic epic capable of stimulating the enthusiasm of the workers? The inspiration of immortality, which Renan considered so powerful, is obviously without efficacy here, because artists have never produced masterpieces under the influence of the idea that their work would procure them a place in paradise, as Turks seek death that they may enjoy the happiness promised by Mahomet. The workmen are not entirely wrong when they look on religion as a middle-class luxury, since, as a matter of fact, the emotions it calls up are not those which inspire workmen with the desire to perfect machinery or which create methods of accelerating labor. The question must be stated otherwise than Renan put it. Do there exist among the workmen forces capable of producing enthusiasm equivalent to those of which Renan speaks, forces which could combine with the ethics of good work, so that in our days, which seem to many people to presage the darkest future, this ethic may acquire all the authority necessary to lead society along the path of economic progress? We must be careful that the keen sentiment which we have of the necessity of such a morality, and our ardent desire to see it realized, does not induce us to mistake phantoms for forces capable of moving the world. The abundant, idyllic literature of the professors of rhetoric is evidently mere chatter. Equally vain are the attempts made by so many scholars to find institutions in the past, an imitation of which might serve as a means of disciplining their contemporaries. Imitation has never produced much good, and often bred much sorrow. How absurd the idea is then of borrowing from some dead and gone social structure a suitable means of controlling a system of production whose principal characteristic is that every day it must become more and more opposed to all preceding economic systems. Is there then nothing to hope for? Morality is not doomed to perish because the motive forces behind it will change. It is not destined to become a mere collection of precepts, as long as it can still vivify itself by an alliance with an enthusiasm capable of conquering all the obstacles, prejudices, and the need of immediate enjoyment which oppose its progress. But it is certain that the sovereign force will not be found along the paths which contemporary philosophers, the experts of social science, and the inventors of far-reaching reforms would make us go. There is only one force which can produce today that enthusiasm, without whose cooperation no morality is possible, and that is the force resulting from the propaganda in favor of a general strike. The preceding explanations have shown that the idea of the general strike, constantly rejuvenated by the feelings roused by proletarian violence, produces an entirely epic state of mind, and at the same time bends all the energies of the mind to that condition necessary to the realization of a workshop carried on by free men, eagerly seeking the betterment of the industry. We have thus recognized that there are great resemblances between the sentiments aroused by the idea of the general strike and those which are necessary to bring about a continued progress in methods of production. We have then the right to maintain that the modern world possesses that prime mover which is necessary to the creation of the ethics of the producers. I stop here, because it seems to me that I have accomplished the task which I imposed upon myself. I have, in fact, established that proletarian violence has an entirely different significance from that attributed to it by superficial scholars and by politicians. In the total ruin of institutions and of morals, there remains something which is powerful, new, and intact, and it is that which constitutes, properly speaking, the soul of the revolutionary proletariat. Nor will this be swept away in the general decadence of moral values if the workers have enough energy to bar the road to the middle-class corruptors, answering their advances with the plainest brutality. I believe that I have brought an important contribution to discussions on socialism. These discussions must henceforth deal exclusively with the conditions which allow the development of specifically proletarian forces, that is to say, with violence enlightened by the idea of the general strike. All the old abstract dissertations on the socialist regime of the future become useless. We pass to the domain of real history, to the interpretation of facts, to the ethical evaluations of the revolutionary movement. The bond which I pointed out in the beginning of this inquiry between socialism and proletarian violence appears to us now in all its strength. It is to violence that socialism owes those high ethical values by means of which it brings salvation to the modern world. End of section 27. Section 28. Appendix of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Appendix. Apology for Violence. Men who make revolutionary speeches to the people are bound to set before themselves a high standard of sincerity, because the workers understand their words in their exact and literal sense, and never indulge in any symbolic interpretation. When in 1905 I ventured to write in some detail on proletarian violence, I understood perfectly the grave responsibility I assumed in trying to show the historic bearing of actions which our parliamentary socialists tried to dissimulate with so much skill. Today, I do not hesitate to assert that socialism could not continue to exist without an apology for violence. It is in strikes that the proletariat asserts its existence. I cannot agree with the view which sees in strikes merely something analogous to the temporary rupture of commercial relations which is brought about when a grocer and the wholesale dealer from whom he buys his dried plums cannot agree about the price. The strike is a phenomenon of war. It is thus a serious misrepresentation to say that violence is an accident doomed to disappear from the strikes of the future. The social revolution is an extension of that war in which each great strike is an episode. This is the reason why syndicalists speak of that revolution in the language of strikes. For them, socialism is reduced to the conception, the expectation of, and the preparation for the general strike, which, like the Napoleonic battle, is to completely annihilate a condemned regime. Such a conception allows none of those subtle exegeses in which Jaurès excels. It is a question here of an overthrow in the course of which both employers and the state would be set aside by the organized producers. Our intellectuals, who hope to obtain the highest places from democracy, would be sent back to their literature. The parliamentary socialists, who find in the organizations created by the middle classes means of exercising a certain amount of power, would become useless. The analogy which exists between strikes accompanied by violence and war is prolific of consequences. No one doubts, except Des Tournelles de Constant, that it was war that provided the republics of antiquity with the ideas which form the ornament of our modern culture. The social war for which the proletariat ceaselessly prepares itself into syndicates may engender the elements of a new civilization suited to a people of producers. I continually call the attention of my young friends to the problems presented by socialism considered from the point of view of a civilization of producers. I assert that today a philosophy is being elaborated according to this plan, whose possibility even was hardly suspected a few years ago. This philosophy is closely bound up with the apology for violence. I have never had that admiration for creative hatred which Jaurès has devoted to it. I do not feel the same indulgence toward the guillotiners as he does. I have a horror of any measure which strikes the vanquished under a judicial disguise. War, carried on in broad daylight, without hypocritical attenuation for the purpose of ruining an irreconcilable enemy, excludes all the abominations which dishonored the middle-class revolution of the 18th century. The apology for violence in this case is particularly easy. It would serve no purpose to explain to the poor that they ought not to feel sentiments of jealousy and vengeance against their masters. These feelings are too powerful to be suppressed by exhortations. It is on the widespread prevalence of these feelings that democracy chiefly founds its strength. Social war, by making an appeal to the honor which develops so naturally in all organized armies, can eliminate those evil feelings against which morality would remain powerless. If this were the only reason we had for attributing a high civilizing value to revolutionary syndicalism, this reason alone would, it seems to me, be decisive in favor of the apologist for violence. The conception of the general strike, engendered by the practice of violent strikes, admits the conception of an irrevocable overthrow. There is something terrifying in this, which will appear more and more terrifying as violence takes a greater place in the mind of the proletariat. But in undertaking a serious, formidable, and sublime work, socialists raise themselves above our frivolous society and make themselves worthy of pointing out new roads to the world. Parliamentary socialists may be compared to the officials whom Napoleon made into a nobility and who labored to strengthen the state bequeathed by the Ancien Regime. Revolutionary syndicalism corresponds well enough to the Napoleonic armies whose soldiers accomplished such heroic acts, knowing all the time that they would remain poor. What remains of the empire? Nothing but the epic of the Grande Armée. What will remain of the present socialist movement will be the epic of the strikes. Nathan, May 18th, 1908. End of section 28. End of Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel, translated by Thomas Ernest Hume.